And we're back, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Thank you all for joining. We weren't here last week because I was ill. I apologise for that, but we're back this week, and we've got a fantastic lineup of guests. As always, I'm joined by Andy from Forgotten World Movies.
Hi, everyone.
And Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hi, guys.
And this week, we're joined by Lisa from LisaLoves.
Yeah.
And Andy from ElectricGeek.
There goes it, folks.
Thanks for joining. Really do appreciate it. Been wanting to get you guys back on here for a little while, so thanks for joining the stream.
Thank you for asking.
Thanks for having us, mate. It's a pleasure.
As always, the only question I ask in these streams are, what are some of the last films you watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Which one?
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say Andy, and I'm going to say ElectricGeek, because that's going to be easier for me to remember.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I've been watching. I've just started watching Event Horizon on 4K. Love that film. Recently, one new film I watched, well, not new, but first time watch was Phantom of the Paradise. I loved that film. I thought it was great. Very sort of like a musical, like very Rocky Horror, but not Rocky Horror, if that makes sense. Just really enjoyable. A great Brian De Palma film. Yeah, they're just some of the ones I've been watching.
Oh, very nice selection. Did you pick up the special limited edition set of Event Horizon?
Yes. That one.
Ooh, very nice set.
Yeah. Nice steelbook with it. And the 4K looks, yeah, pretty good.
Oh, that's good to hear. Still haven't seen that one. That's the guy who directs the Resident Evil films, isn't it?
Yeah. It's pretty much Alien meets Hellraiser. That's what it is.
I'm sold.
What's it called again?
Event Horizon.
Oh, I've seen that. What the other one that you mentioned that I've never heard of?
Oh, yeah. Phantom of the Paradise.
Phantom of the Paradise. I've never heard of that. That's going on the list.
Yeah, they'll
it's
put that in as well.
Oh, sounds great to me. I've never even heard of it. I thought it was Phantom of the Opera or something for a minute. Oh, awesome. What about you, Mike? What have you been watching recently?
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of movies. I guess the big ones is I've been catching up on some of the newer films. So I watched Nope recently. Watched that Elvis movie and Top Gun Maverick finally. Really enjoyed Top Gun. That was pretty good. I wasn't that keen on Elvis and Nope. I'm still a bit unsure about Nope. There was parts of it I liked and parts of it I didn't like. So yeah, but yeah, they're sort of like the big ones that I've been watching recently.
Oh, really cool. Yeah, I'm hearing with Nope, a lot of people either seem to love it or hate it. It's just like it seems to be dividing a lot of opinions.
Yeah, I liked it, but I didn't love it. I think that's probably the best way. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you thought of Tom Hanks in Elvis? I wasn't very keen on him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I felt like the movie was more about him than Elvis.
That's what I thought.
Which I didn't really like. Yeah, I don't know. He was okay, I guess. But yeah, it was strange casting.
Yeah, he felt very much like a pantomime villain to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, ElectricGeek? What have you been watching over the past week?
What have I been watching? Well, the most recent thing I watched was Dog Soldiers. So I got the 4K. Which this was actually a blind buy for me. I'd never seen it. People were giving me loads of stuff for not having seen it. So I've not actually seen many of Neil Marshall's films. So I put this on. I thought I was going to enjoy it because people, it's a bit of a cult classic, but I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I thought it was excellent. The 4K transfer is nice. That's going to be my next video. Actually, I just haven't had a chance to film the rest of it. But yeah, it was filmed in like 16mm, so I knew that it wasn't going to be like a showstopper or anything. But I thought, given that it was on 16mm, that second set have done a great job. But yeah, it's a great movie. Kevin McKidd, like some of his, in fact, the lines in general, the dialogue in Dog Soldiers is just fantastic. So memorable, and it's because it's made on a fairly cheap budget, I think. I think I know it was about 20 years old. It's about 20 years old now, I think. But I thought the werewolf design was excellent, quite unique, not like anything else I'd really seen. And I think the fact that they had to, actually use actors really kind of added to it, made them quite chilling, more kind of scary and unusual looking, I thought, than anything they could have done with CGI. So yeah, I really enjoyed Dog Soldiers. And just a nice little bridge back to what Andy was saying about Event Horizon. Apparently, the bodies at the end in the basement, if you remember the bit where Kevin McKidd's in the basement, those bodies, those dummies were actually made for Event Horizon but not used.
Right.
So I was just listening to the commentary and I heard that just when you were saying, but yeah, the bodies and Dog Soldiers at the end were actually made for the production of Event Horizon.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Dog Soldiers is a really lot of fun film. I've seen it twice this year already because they seem to love to repeat it on Channel 4 over here. They do. So I've seen it quite a few times. Very entertaining film. Sean Pertwee and it's great. And I always like the opening. Always thought the opening was quite good.
Yeah. I didn't really expect that. I didn't think there was going to be, kind of before. I thought it would just go straight into the soldiers. So yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but it's pretty decent, the opening.
Yeah.
I've seen Nope as well. Nope was the last kind of big thing I've seen. I'm not sure where. I think it's probably the weakest of the three. But I still think it's really good, but I don't think it's as good as the previous two. But yeah, other than that, I've not really watched much. I've been watching TV shows and stuff.
Oh, awesome. Good mix of stuff. What about you, Lisa? What have you been watching over the past week?
I've got the wee letterboxed out here because I forget. Just loads of stuff that's on like Prime and Netflix. Like I watched that Me Time, which was terrible, with Kevin Hart. Memory, Samaritan, which I really enjoyed, and a lot of people are saying it's rubbish, but I really liked it. Tell you what was good. I watched one I wanted to see for ages called My Dinner with Hervé. It's got Peter Dinklage in. It's about, I don't know if you know who Hervé Villechaize is. He was like, do you know who I mean? He's one of the villains in James Bond. He's like,
man with the golden gun.
It's like his life story, and Peter Dinklage has wanted to do it for like 10 years, and he's finally, it's amazing. Jamie Dornan's in it with him. And I apologise if you can hear machinery. There's a tractor out the back of our house. This is living in Ireland for you. I watched Jamie Dornan on, what was it, Graham Norton, and he was saying when he worked with Peter Dinklage on this movie, he helped him run lines for 50 Shades, which I thought was hilarious because Peter Dinklage is doing like, the woman role and running these lines with Jamie Dornan. I'd never heard of the movie, and I'm like, I have to see this because I adore Peter Dinklage. And it was awesome. I loved it. So, and I've seen Nope, and I was exactly like Mike. I liked it, I enjoyed it, but I was expecting great because it was Jordan Peele, and it was just good. I think, that's about it recently. I've seen most of the sort of like, the big ones, but nothing has stood out as being amazing in the last few weeks.
Good selection of stuff there. Have you seen the Peter Dinklage one? Is it Cyrano? Is it a musical one or something?
Don't start me about that. If you say, I'm in love with it, look, and I never buy anything, and that's just to my hand there.
Wow.
I love it. It's one of my favorite films I've seen in like the last year. I adore it.
Yeah, I remember there was a little bit of a buzz of that one when it was in the cinema. It does sound quite good, but I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to get around to watching it. But yeah,
he's in a really good film called The Station Agent.
I love that film. Yeah, that's brilliant. He's amazing. I just can't say enough good things about Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, he's a great actor. Still need to see some more Game of Thrones with him in. I've only seen the first 2 or 3 episodes.
Dear me, get it watched. That character's just
I have a Series 1-7 box set still sealed.
One of the best things that's ever been on telly. Have you watched any of House of Dragon yet, or are you keeping that? The new, like the spin-off? Yeah. It's really good as well.
That's the one with Matt Smith, isn't it?
Yeah. It's good. I'm enjoying
probably
it.
Probably a good start there. It's a bit backward, but I think you'd probably get away with watching that first.
I don't think it's like set. Is it 350 years in the past or before Game of Thrones?
Yeah, something like that. Good. 200 or something. Can't remember.
But something.
I think it's really good. I think it's got a lot of promise so far. It has the same kind of like feel.
It's a bit brutal, isn't it?
I worried that it'd be like a bit kind of the pre-map version of Game of Thrones, but like
no,
it's got the same
shaping
kind of
up quite well.
value, definitely.
I'll have to give that one a watch. I have so much to watch, like Breaking Bad. I'm about halfway through series 2 of that, and I've been like that for about the past 2 years. I'm going to get there eventually.
You haven't had it spoiled for you yet, have you?
No.
Don't look at anything with Breaking Bad on it. I had it spoiled for me when I was halfway through, and I was livid.
The best
like,
thing I've watched
there's
on
the
TV.
ending, fantastic. So
I kind of think I know what the ending's going to be like, but I don't know nothing. I even got the El Camino film, and I still obviously haven't seen that yet. So I'm all set. I just haven't seen it yet. I'm just dreadful with TV shows. Movies is bad enough, but TV shows, wow, that's a whole different kettle of fish.
Pretty attractive.
Oh,
can you hear that?
Can't hear it.
No.
Rumbling right past. I think they're baling hay.
It's normally me with the lawnmower here, next door neighbour with the lawnmower at like about 11 o'clock at night. That's normally me.
That's no use.
But as for me for watching stuff, I watched a few bits. At the weekend, I finally watched Top Gun Maverick. Absolutely loved it. Thought it was brilliant. Definitely understand why Tom Cruise kept it under his belt for like 2 years, not wanting to release it until the perfect time. Well worth the wait. Superb action scenes. Miles Teller was great in it. A lot of respect for the original, whilst also moving it forward. Perfectly modern representation of Top Gun. I watched Jurassic World Dominion, and I actually really enjoyed it. I didn't thought it was that bad at all.
I thought it was all right. It wasn't awful. It was entertaining.
Yeah, it was great to see the old team back. There was one or two things I weren't too keen on, but overall I thought it was definitely it might be my favourite one of the Jurassic World trilogy, to be fair. I did enjoy it. A little bit too long, but not too bad. And last night I watched Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore. Oh my word. Oh my word. I don't know whether I was watching Harry Potter or a political broadcast. It was that boring.
I hear you, Pete. I can't get on board with Harry Potter and the Fantastic Beasts. It just sends me to sleep. I don't know what it is about it.
I'm a big fan of Harry Potter. I love the first Fantastic Beasts. I thought it was great. The Crimes of Grindelwald was boring, but this one, oh my word, perfect antidote to get you to sleep. I was like, shall we switch this off? And it's like, no, we'll go through it. Oh, it's 2.5 hours of boredom. But,
did you not like Mads Mikkelsen in it?
I thought it was all right. I just thought there was not a lot happens in it, and like that, the whole political future depends on like a form.
Yes, I'm just remembering now.
It's interesting. I've heard it's not done too great at the cinemas, so the series is a bit up and down whether it will continue. But I'm not too bothered if we see another one or not. But I know, Andy, you weren't the biggest fan of it, were you? Forgotten World of Movies.
No, I was. I found it a right struggle, to be honest. Mads Mikkelsen's probably the best part about it. He's the opening scene between him and Jude Law was great, and I thought, okay, this might not be as bad as I've heard it, and no, it was. It was a struggle. Yeah, absolute mountain of a movie to climb with no oxygen. Yeah,
the best bits were the trailers, to be fair.
Yeah.
Such a dreadful film. But before we get onto the comments section, Lisa, you haven't been on the channel for a little while. Do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
There, God love you. I have a channel called LisaLoves. I do like a weekly catch-up where I tell you what I've watched for the previous week. I used to until summer holidays, but I will be going back to like videos about movies that were inspired by true events, or like creepy videos, or maybe true crime, stuff like that. But I try and link it back to movies somehow.
Awesome. I did watch your top 10 games that you did a few weeks ago. Really enjoyed that. GoldenEye, I approve of that. It was a great game. And what about you, Andy, from ElectricGeek? Do you want to promote your channel? People watching at home.
Yeah, they give me the opportunity. So I kind of like mainly cover 4K reviews. So my channel kind of features more on the kind of technical aspect, you know, for people that are into that stuff, as opposed to the movies themselves. But I've kind of bled over into doing a bit of that in the live streams, especially. I prefer talking about the movies and stuff. But yeah, kind of like hauls, unboxings of collector's editions, 4K reviews, and I do a little bit of tech stuff. So, you know, kind of how to get the best out of your TV if you like watching 4K movies. Did a video on HDR and stuff. So yeah, still fairly. I've been around for a year now, but I can only do like one video, say, a week with the kids and stuff being so young. So I'm still kind of finding my feet, even though that sounds a bit daft after a year, because I'm still trying different things. I'm looking at doing a bit of retro gaming, perhaps. So there isn't anything on the channel for that just now, but that's what's kind of exciting me in the background just now. So a little bit of that in the future, but yeah, mainly 4K reviews, Blu-rays, and stuff like that.
Sounds good. YouTube's a learning experience. Like, no matter how many years you're doing it, you're always learning something new and always trying something new. It is a ever-growing experience.
Definitely.
Yeah, and you also get to meet great people like you guys. But yeah, if you like what you hear, go and give Lisa and Andy a sub, as well as Andy and Mike. Everybody's links in the description down below, so give them all a sub. Before we get onto the comment section, we'll have a special video message from a certain Mr. Millership.
Surprise! I thought I'd surprise you all tonight, guys. How we all doing? Yeah, hi Pete. Hi guys, you all good? Yes, I'm back off my hollybobs. Back at work this evening, unfortunately. But it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. So, yeah, I hope you all have a great stream tonight. Keep smiling. Keep having fun, and I'll speak to you all very soon. Bye!
My Spike, I'm trying not to speak to him. How are you? Yo, I'm all right. How are you?
That is James from Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hopefully we'll get him back on the stream for in a little while, as it's been a little while, but he's at work tonight, so we'll hope the shift goes well, James, and hope to see you soon, mate. Take care. Right, on to the comments then. Right, quite a few, I think. Yep. First up is we have Evander. No, we don't. We have StreamYard, but next up we have Evander from Slow Reviews here saying, "Hey everyone, hey Evander, hope you're doing well, man."
Hey, Evander.
I bet you're looking forward to Friday when Spider-Man No Way Home comes back in the cinema with the extra extended cut.
Oh,
Any of you guys going to see that?
I'm going to see E.T. They're showing E.T. I want to see E.T. on the big screen, so that's what I'm going to see on Saturday.
Oh, that sounds great. I haven't seen E.T. in years. Last time I watched it was when I was a young kid and I cried at the end of it.
So did I.
Yeah.
I've got a massive confession to make with regards to E.T. I've never actually seen it before. I've never seen E.T. Believe it or not.
You've never seen it?
Never seen E.T.?
I've never seen it. I know
you
it's
have
totally
to have
shameful.
your kids watch E.T.
It's one of those films I feel like I've seen it because I've seen so many
everywhere.
documentaries. It's everywhere. I've been on the ride in Universal Studios, all that kind of stuff, but like just never ever actually taken the time to watch it. But yeah, I felt I had to confess that there. My face was going red here to talk about it.
Oh, don't worry. There's plenty of iconic films I haven't seen, and I always get loads of reactions saying like, "You haven't seen that? You haven't seen that?"
We've all done videos about it. 10 films I should have seen, and I haven't. And I've still only seen 2 off that list of 10 that I did. I'm a disgrace.
Yeah, I think I've only seen about 2 or 3 of my list as well. If I go back into it, I probably haven't seen any of them. But I think E.T.'s getting a 4K release later this year. I keep hearing news of it.
Yeah,
so
rings a bell,
cool. We have Lisa here saying hey to Evander. We've got Edward here saying, "Evening everyone, how you all doing? You all well? What's your thoughts on House of Dragons?" Thanks so much for joining, Edward. I haven't seen it yet. I know, Lisa, you said you've been watching it and you have ElectricGeek and you've both been enjoying it.
Yeah. It's up to the standard of Game of Thrones, which I think a lot of us were fearing it wouldn't be, but it was straight in with a really quite brutal episode from the get-go. So I've been really enjoying it. Yeah.
Oh, very good. And
yeah, likewise. Just to kind of double down on what Lisa says, I think people were kind of skeptical about whether or not it would live up to the original Game of Thrones, but certainly the early signs are good. It's really well cast. I like Paddy Considine. I think he's
awesome.
In
it, is he? Oh,
yeah,
I'm sold.
Viserys.
Great actor.
Viserys.
What do you
struggle to
think
pronounce
of
their names.
that Reese? What's his name? The Welsh actor that's usually in comedy. He's one of the main. Oh, I can't remember his name. It's Reese something. He's Welsh. He was in Notting Hill.
Was it Reese Evans?
Oh, Reese Evans.
Yeah,
plays,
he's amazing in it. But
he's good.
so,
He's really well
so
cast.
different. Oh, his voice and everything. It's like, oh my god, it's like watching a different person.
Yeah, because he's usually quite an animated actor, I would say. You know, like kind of like almost over dramatic for like roles he plays, but in this he's very much in Hand of the King mode. Yeah, very like subdued and sly, isn't he? So yeah, I'm impressed with.
He's shaping up to be my favourite, so please don't kill him.
I don't think there's any way Viserys is making it a season 1. That's what I'm thinking.
I can't even remember who this is. It takes me about 4 episodes to work out what everybody's name is. I keep forgetting.
The king.
Oh yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Season 1. Yeah. We'll see.
Wow. You've seen it, Andy or Mike? Have you seen it?
No, not watched it yet.
No.
What's it like on weekly? Is it on Sky or something, Lisa? And
it's on
ElectricGeek?
Sunday nights on. Is it Sky Atlantic? I've got it on Now TV. So that's what I know. It's on Now TV.
It's Sky Atlantic, Lisa. Yeah, you're right. You can watch it like. I think they make it available like as soon at the same time as the US or whatever. So I think you can watch it like 2 a.m. into a Sunday morning. But it's
I've been
broadcast
watching it on Mondays where I've been. Yeah.
It's good if you watch shifts because you can, if you're back shift after that, you can watch it in the morning, which is pretty cool.
Sounds good. I've been hearing some great stuff about it, and I'm pretty certain a lot of people said, is it George R.R. Martin has had more of creative control in this one than he has done in like the latter seasons of Game of Thrones?
That's quite cool. I don't know.
I keep seeing like loads of messages on Facebook about it. I know quite a lot about it, even though I haven't seen it yet.
I'm the opposite. I haven't read anything about it at all. I just went straight into it, completely knowing nothing, and I've been really impressed so far.
That's good to hear. We've got the viewer Drew here saying, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew. Thanks for joining, mate.
Hey, Drew.
Vanda says, hey, look at all those legends. Thanks, mate. Seth says, evening, everyone. Pete, I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, definitely feeling much better, Seth. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for joining.
Hey, Seth.
The viewer Drew says, great news, everyone. Saw the Black Phone with Ethan Hawke. Awesome. I still need to get to see that one. You saw it, Andy? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I had a great time with it, to be honest. I thought it was great setting, 70s music, and it was great. And some like really effective horror stuff in it as well. Some 1 or 2 scenes made me jump. But yeah, no, it was. I enjoyed it. Had a good time with it.
Very good. You see it, ElectricGeek?
I haven't. No, I'm not massively into horror. I'm trying to change that, but yeah. So horror films, I wouldn't go to the cinema to see them because I'm too much of a fairy, to be honest. I don't watch
I can get that. I don't want to be that one that does a high-pitched scream in the cinema. Who's that? Not me. Not me.
I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm not ashamed. But it does look good though, and I like Ethan Hawke, so I probably will check it out once it comes to like Blu-ray or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's coming out very soon on Blu-ray. I don't think it's getting a 4K release over here, which is a shame, but it's not long coming out on physical, so that's good. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah. It's a good, solid horror movie. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good to hear. Lisa, you seen it?
Yep, I liked it. The only thing I would say is I wanted it about another half hour. I wanted a little bit more information about certain things, a little bit of backstory about stuff, but Ethan Hawke's fantastic. And the kids are brilliant in it. And kids are usually annoying, but these kids are really good. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say like the child actors in this film are very good. So I'm definitely, the more I'm hearing about it, the more I'm looking forward to watching it. So I'll have to give it a go soon. I did really enjoy Sinister. I thought that was fantastic. I watched that a few months ago, and that's the same director, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm terrible with directors.
I think I am as well. It's just that somebody said to me, "Oh, that Black Phone one, they done that together as well, Sinister." So I was like, "Oh, I'll watch that." We have DVD from Film Bloke here saying, hey mate, thanks for joining.
How you doing, man?
We've got Keith here from Euphoria Pictures. Hello all tonight. We missed you last week, Pete, and I hope you're feeling better. Great to see Andy and Lisa on your stream, and really looking forward to it. Thanks ever so much, Keith. That really does mean a lot.
How you doing, Keith? Cheers for watching, man.
Yeah, I must admit, I really did miss doing the streams last week, but I just couldn't speak. I watched your latest video, Keith, the Arrow collection I'm talking about. I see you got Horror Express. Great film. Absolutely love that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. DVD Film Book says, great to see you back and in such good health, Pete. Thanks ever so much, mate. Yeah, I'm definitely getting much better now. Just need to improve my eating a bit now because I've been living off ice cream and jelly. Sounds like heaven, doesn't it? But it isn't after about 2 or 3 days. Got Lisa here saying hello to everyone.
I'll stop, I promise. I can't help myself.
Don't worry.
At the same time.
DVD Film Book says, I saw quite a few films during the past 2 weeks. I watched the Exorcist Trilogy, Avoid 2. Yeah, I've heard that one's quite a bad one. 1 and 3 are the only ones worth watching. 1 was better than I remembered it being. Yeah, I watched the first one for the first time last year, and honestly, I was a little bit deflated with it. I thought it was a good film. It just thought it was quite long and not a lot happens. I've heard like on rewatches it does improve, but I still need to watch the third one, which I've heard is very much a hidden gem. What do you think, Andy, of the Exorcist films?
Yeah, I love the first one. The first one's like one of my favorite horror films ever. It just gets better for me every time I watch it. 2 is something, shall we say? It's the best way I can describe it is it's kind of like Jurassic World Dominion in that it kind of focuses on locusts.
Yeah,
that's like the main thing in that movie is I don't know what it is, but they just fixate on like locusts, whatever it is. But yeah, 2's got a great cast, but the film just doesn't work in any way, shape, or form. And 3 is surprisingly quite good. It's really, really enjoyable. 3 has got one of the best horror jump scares in a movie you will ever see. And yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, number 1 for me is the best movie though, as a whole. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to give that one a rewatch sometime. I keep seeing the Blu-ray popping up for £3 on Amazon. Every time it goes up for £3, I miss it. What about you, Lisa? What do you think of the Exorcist films?
I haven't seen 2 or 3, I have to admit. Like you, I didn't see the original until like I was much older. I think had I seen it well, obviously I'm not going to see it when it was released, but had I seen it nearer to when it was released, it would have had more impact. But I felt it dragged a bit. But I know it's a fantastic film. It's literally just apologies, that's my bloody alarm. Honestly, I'm so unprofessional. It dragged a bit, and I thought it was going to be like absolutely amazing and terrifying and fantastic, and it was just okay. It's just good. But I think that's a lot to do with when I saw it, you know, probably within the last like 10 years or so.
Yeah, and because you hear like loads of people talk about, oh, it's the most scariest film of all time, and it says it on the Blu-ray, I think, as well.
I can
you hear
imagine
all
at
these
the time,
things.
you know, all the people that went to it would have been amazing to actually see it at the time in the cinema. But I think with everything we have now and all the movies we've had, and you know, it was a bit underwhelming when I first watched it. But I know that's me. I know it's a good movie.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely want to give it a rewatch. Hopefully not in the not too distant future, because I watched it on BBC Two, so I only saw like the normal cut. I didn't watch the extended cut, and I've heard that one's quite good, and it adds a lot of really good scenes to it. What about you, Mike? Have you seen them all?
Yeah. I enjoy the first one. I think I'm kind of similar. That the first time I saw it, I didn't really like it that well. I think I liked it, but I didn't love it. But as I've rewatched it, I do enjoy it a lot more. But I think it's one of those films that it's probably a bit tame by today's standards. Excuse me, sorry, my voice. Don't know what's wrong with my voice. But yeah, I think it's a good movie. I do enjoy it the more I watch it. 2 is shocking. It's just awful. I haven't seen it in years, but don't really have much desire to rewatch it anytime soon. And the third one, yeah, I think the third one's good. I don't think it's a masterpiece, but it's a solid movie, and that jump scare that Andy was talking about is yeah, it's really good. It gives me chills every time I see it. It kind of makes the movie.
Cool.
Oh, I'll keep hearing about this jump scares. This one and Mulholland Drive. I think you guys have both said that has a jump scare in, and I'm intrigued.
How bad? I take it you guys have seen both Mulholland Drive and Exorcist 3. So how do they compare the jump scares? Which is worse?
I think 3 is worse. But if you watch Mulholland Drive and if you have the sound on really, really loud, the jump scare in that is really effective, and the sound is just it really hits you.
Asking for a friend, of course.
The thing about the one in Mulholland Drive is you can see it coming a million miles away, but the one in Exorcist 3 you can't.
Yeah,
it just appears, the one in Exorcist 3, but the one in Mulholland Drive there's build up to it, and you know something's coming. You just don't know what's coming.
Yeah, but it still makes you jump anyway, even though you know it's coming.
Yeah, because I was in bed when I was watching Mulholland Drive, and I crapped myself when that bit happened. Oh my god! Because I knew something was coming, but then I wasn't expecting to see what you see. It's just, yeah, it's so good though. Yeah.
I might be all right watching both of them, because I sat and watched Hereditary and I wasn't scared at all. I remember you saying to me, Andy, don't watch it in the dark. I was like, this isn't scary at all.
I couldn't watch. I watched that film in daylight and I was terrified.
It's proper creepy.
I sat and watched it in the dark and it wasn't too bad at all.
The scene with the thing in the background when, like, just moving across the screen, is it up against a wall or something, or climbing up it? Scared the bejesus out. That's the sort of thing that really gets to me, though. Like anything, and then obviously the end of it, it's like, it creeped me out.
What about you, ElectricGeek? Have you seen any of the Exorcist films?
I have. So, like yourself, Peter, I watched the first one not that long ago for the first time, about a year ago maybe. And I thought because it was old, I kind of adjusted my expectation. I thought this probably isn't going to be as scary or as enjoyable because it's, whatever it is, 50 years old now. But it was the other way for me. I actually found it still very effective and still very chilling. And that's someone watching it for the first time all these years later. So I thought the practical effects and stuff and, the exorcism scenes themselves are still very, very powerful and quite scary. So I enjoyed it, but I haven't seen Hereditary 2. And I actually watched half of 3. And I don't remember the jump scare, so I'm assuming it must come towards the end.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think I was watching it recorded off the TV, and being a bit of a picture snob, it was like ITV4 or something like that, standard definition on my Skybox, and it was taking me out of it because it was really bad quality. But I know there's an Arrow version of it, so I might keep an eye out for it in CEX. But to be honest, you're not selling it to me with the jump scare. I don't do well with jump scares. So.
Oh, I know what you mean with watching films on TV. I sat and watched The Fog on the Horror Channel for the first time a couple of weeks ago. Oh my word!
I watched that for the first time last week.
Did you?
Oh, I think it might have been the Horror Channel. Now that you mention it, I think that's what I was watching.
Yeah, I think they do repeat it on there quite a few times, and I think the resolution is more terrifying than the film. So what did you thought of The Fog, Lisa?
I really liked it. It's weird, it's dated, but it just reminded me of like being a kid and the type of movies I watched when I was a kid and what made me love movies to start with. Just the whole style of how it's done, everything about it just took me right back to being like in single digits and like watching VHS on a Saturday night. It was just that kind of movie. So I loved it. I really liked it.
Yeah, so did I. I'm definitely thinking about picking up the Blu-ray. I've still got a few more John Carpenter films to watch, but yeah, The Fog was great, and I was surprised to see Jamie Lee Curtis in it.
Yeah, that guy was old enough to be her granddad. I'm like on IMDb, how old is this guy? How old is she? And it was like shocking. It's like, she was like 20. Was she 23 in it, and he was like nearly 50? It's like, yep.
Yeah,
bet you
it's Tom
enjoyed
Atkins,
working
isn't
out.
it?
Tom Atkins, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that. And I was like, hang on a minute, is that her dad? Hang on a minute, I know dad. Whoa. Oh. Next up, we have Ash here from Popcorn and Horror. Evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
Ash.
Thanks for joining,
Yeah.
Ash.
How you doing?
We have Marvel fan here saying, hey guys, hey mate, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Hey, Marvel fan.
We have Jason, the old millennial here saying, I'm glad you're feeling better, Pete. It was good getting to meet you on Mike's C Talks. Yep, it was great talking to you, Jason. We'll have to get you on here soon. But thanks for joining, mate. We've got Marvel fan saying, hey to Soph. We've got DVD from Film Alert saying, also saw Running on Empty, which I adored. Thanks, Andy.
Oh no, you're welcome. I love that film. It's one of River Phoenix's best movies. Just adore it.
Don't think I've seen that.
No.
See, I knew I'd be putting stuff on the list. There we go. I've got about 4 already.
Yep, my copy's still sitting sealed from the H&V Premium Collection, so I'm hoping to give that a watch soon. But I know my mum likes it, so it should be pretty good. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah. It's a good film. Yeah.
And Andy, ElectricGeek, have you seen it?
I haven't. I've seen a shockingly little amount of River Phoenix's films, to be honest, other than Indiana Jones, and I don't think I've seen anything actually that he's been in, other than that. Which is, I've always fancied Mosquito Coast, but no, add it to the list. I've never heard of. What happened? What's it about?
It's sort of about like his parents are on the run from the FBI, and because they're like protest bombers, and the FBI is after his mum and dad, so they move from school to school like a lot, and he's kind of fed up of always moving and wants to sort of leave his family and go out and live his own life. That's pretty much the premise of the movie. I just love it. I just think it's a great film. Yeah.
It does sound really good, and I'm just like, yeah, that's going high up on the watch pile now. Next one, I think. Next one. Andy, she's got a brilliant way of trying to sell movies. I tell you, working in H&V, you sell out all the stock for everyone. Somebody will come in with a copy of buying a copy of Morbius and then walk out with a whole trolley full.
Is that where you work, Andy?
I don't know. I wish I did.
It'd save you a lot of money if you did, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
With discount.
They just pay me in films. That'll be happy. Yeah.
That'd be a good wage. Films every week. No staff part films. Next up, we've got Sophia saying, I have developed an addiction to watching Come Dine With Me. I know how you feel, Soph. It's so easy just to watch one episode and then watch the whole run of
You have
5
to see
episodes.
what happens, don't you? For me, it's that or in the bed. It's a similar sort of thing, isn't it? That's the one I get stuck in. Oh, I wonder what the people that are really bitchy are like in their guest house. Let's see how clean their beds are. Yes.
Oh, when I first heard of that, I was thinking, my word, they show that in the daytime. I thought it was something worse than what it was for in a bed.
Oh, but they're tearing rooms apart. They're looking under toilet seats. They're pulling up mattresses and running their fingers along. It's like, oh, for goodness sake.
It's the bit where they're cashing up for like the hotel and they're like, oh, we'll take 10 away. We'll take 20 away just for the most smallest of things.
So that's my Come Down With Me, 4 in a bed.
Yeah. I have watched a few of them on repeat. Sunday afternoon, I'm more for Come Dine With Me from about 4 o'clock till about 8 o'clock. That used to be me about 10 years ago. Next up, we've got Rogue Reviews here saying Phantom of the Paradise is Brian De Palma's best film. Wow.
Right.
Sounds good to me.
It's definitely
that's definitely on the watch list for me. This is getting a lot of heat, this film.
Yeah, this is definitely going on this.
It's not like one of his movies you'd associate with him, I'd say.
No.
It's like he's more like Scarface and Carlito's Way, those types of movies, and this is like a musical. But I just love it. Yeah.
Was this an early film from De Palma? Did you say it was
Yeah,
70s?
it's like an early 70s movie.
Right.
Yeah. I dug it so much.
Arrow Video it used to be on Blu-ray with them, but I think it might be out of print now.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Got a
I really
steel book of it.
Yeah.
Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill was on in my
Yeah,
CX
Dress to
going
Kill,
pretty
yeah.
cheap. That's the one that I'll probably watch next, but I'll definitely put that one on the list.
I still need to watch Dress to Kill. I've heard that's very good as well. So
Yeah.
This is a good one as well. Blowout. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. DVD for Film Bloke says also watched The Haunting, which I thought was great as well. Because isn't there like an original and the remake? I've seen the remake, and I have to
I've
admit
seen
I
the
quite
remake as
enjoyed
well,
that. I quite enjoyed the remake. But I know the original is a much better film, but The Haunting remake is quite fun, and you've got a great cast with it.
All right, yeah. I'm just reminding myself. I always get it mixed up with House on Haunted Hill.
Yeah, that's the one. Because I think both of them are on H&B Premium range. I think over here, the original and the remake.
Right there, yeah.
I just got it because it had Liam Neeson in. My dad was a bit disappointed because he didn't actually kill anybody in it, and didn't like.
That was before Neeson became a badass, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He invented himself.
When he actually acted, I mean, his earlier stuff's awesome, but now he doesn't get to act. And he was in. I always say this. He was in my parents' class at school.
Oh, is it?
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
His mum was my dinner lady, so that's my only claim to fame.
Wow.
Liam Neeson's mum, Kitty, was my dinner lady at school.
That's amazing. Next up, we have James Townsend here saying, "Hey guys, great to see you back. It's great to be back, James. Will Blu-ray still be produced in 10 years' time? I'd like to think so. I think it will do. I think DVDs will still be around, but they'll probably be online only. I should think will have less prominence in the shops. What do you think, Andy?"
I hope so. I hope they're still around. I'm going to keep buying them. Yeah, definitely.
Lisa?
I would say, well, I would like to think so, or a lot of collectors will be extremely annoyed. I mean, 4Ks is probably going to become more common, but until they drop in price a bit, I think most people are still, well, not most people, but there's still an awful lot of people that are all buying Blu-rays. So I'd like to think they'd still keep them, so people don't have to replace their entire collections.
Yeah. ElectricGeek?
Yeah, I definitely think they'll still be on 10 years. I like you said, Pete, I think they might go down. I think it will mainly be online. Sadly, we might lose a few of the high street retailers. But yeah, I actually think this is the kind of the dark before the dawn with Blu-ray. People think it's going out. I think it's going to go. I think it's going to be a resurgence, albeit targeted at niche people. You know, targeted at smaller groups of people. But I think the kind of whole collector side of it is going to be on trend soon, a bit like vinyl. I don't think it'll go anywhere. I think it'll just be a much more niche market, but better for people who do collect. I think in 10 years' time.
Yeah, I think you may be right there. I definitely do agree there. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I hope they're still being made in 10 years. I don't see why not. Yeah, hopefully they still are.
Yeah, I still need my Marvel film in a really, really thin Blu-ray case, Disney. So please still keep making them in 10 years' time. Brian Drums here saying, "Hey guys, hey Brian, thanks for joining, mate."
Hey there, Brian.
We have Mike here from Did You See That? Hey guys and girl, I hope you're well and so great seeing Lisa on a live stream. Hope you're feeling better, Pete. And here's my question: favorite movie of the year so far? Thanks for joining, Mike.
Hi,
So,
Mike.
who wants to go first? And do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, sure. I mean, favorite movie of the year for me is probably Top Gun Maverick or the Batman. One of those two. But I did really like the new Jackass film as well. That was that put a smile on my face. It's quite funny. So yeah, it's kind of difficult because there's not been anything really that terrible. Maybe Fantastic Beasts, and I wasn't really a huge fan of Lightyear, but other than that, everything's been pretty solid, I think, this year.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. What about you, Lisa, what's your favourite film of the year?
My will be two. I would find it hard to choose between The Northman and Maverick. That would be my two favourites.
Awesome. I still need to see The Northman. I've been hearing some amazing things
It was
about it.
so good at the cinema. The sound design on it's amazing. So if you ever get a chance to see it on the big screen, jump at it, because I think it just has something extra in the cinema.
Awesome. I've heard it's like the more easier to watch of Robert Eggers films compared to his previous work. So I look forward to watching that one. What about you, ElectricGeek?
Yeah, I think I've not seen loads of things at the cinema, but I think the one that was the most thrilling, certainly the one that I was the most excited for, was Top Gun Maverick. It totally delivered. The Batman was great. I enjoyed The Northman as well, Lisa. Yeah, I think you're bang on. I think that's one that there's definitely something lost if you're watching that on Blu-ray for the first time. I think seeing it in the cinema was good. So yeah, I'd probably say Maverick, and maybe join Lisa with Northman as my kind of underdog one.
Yeah, great picks. Everybody seems to love Maverick, and I wouldn't be too surprised it'll be a lot of people's film of the year. Probably depends on how Avatar 2 does, because that seems to be that's going to be that one that's a lot of people's interested about. Not too long to go.
Isn't it amazing though that Maverick was as good as people wanted it to be? Everyone was like, "Oh no, it's not. They shouldn't do this. They're never going to succeed." Top Gun, and then it blew it out of the water, and it was amazing. So hopefully they'll do that with Avatar 2, and it won't be a flop. Can keep our fingers crossed.
I mean, like with Maverick, when I heard it was coming out, I was like, yeah, that's good. And I was like, yeah, I'll go and see it. I'll look forward to it. But I never thought it was going to be sitting here and say, like, it's film of the year quality. I thought it would just be another little fun film. But I'm so glad that they actually did great. And for a sequel, like nearly 40 years after, done brilliantly. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd probably have to go with Top Gun Maverick as well. Yeah, it was just such a crowd-pleasing movie. You can't really complain about it. I'm not really the biggest fan of the original, but when that theme tune kicks in at the beginning of the movie, I just had a big smile on my face.
Yeah. And
that was spoiled for me because I knocked over my wife's sour cream or the nachos just as that was happening. Pretty much had a massive domestic during it. So and the guy next to me was like absolutely raging. He's been waiting like 35 years to see this, and it's been spoiled by us two having a fight over the guacamole and the sour cream.
Oh wow.
But yeah, it was good. Like, I'm looking forward to watching it again, minus the sour cream going everywhere.
But yeah, I'm going to have to echo everyone here and say Top Gun Maverick. Honestly, had a big smile throughout the film from beginning to end. I don't think the film dropped in quality. It was just a massive, big bit of fun from beginning to end. It was great. Like a sort of hidden gem of the year, I'd probably say Ambulance. I had a lot of fun with that and all. It was way too long, but it was so much fun. We've got DVD from Film Bloke here saying, I've mostly been playing Grand Theft Auto 4 since I started a new game on it without using cheats. And my God, it's grim. I'm still on the fence about getting GTA 5. Well, don't worry, mate. In 10 years' time, GTA 5 will still be the only new GTA about.
I think GTA 5 for me is miles better than 4. I remember 4, I was quite disappointed in it because like he says, it is quite a grim game. It's quite dark, but 5 is just a lot of fun.
Yeah, I haven't played 4, but I have seen a lot of Let's Plays of it, and it is definitely a dirtier and a grimier game compared to GTA 5. GTA 5's great. It's just like I had everybody talked it up to me, and I kind of was a little bit disappointed in it when I played it. I greatly prefer Red Dead Redemption 2. I just love that game. But,
one of my favourite games of all time.
Red Dead was awesome. Yeah, just maybe a little bit too realistic, like. For a dad of 2 who's not got a lot of time, like I would turn it on for an hour, and like the time I'd done my chores around the camp and all that.
It's not long enough, is it? You need several hours.
Went for a haircut, bought the shopping and that in the game. You know, that's my hour's respite, and then go and do that again for real in real life. So I just wanted to shoot people. I just wanted to be a cowboy. I don't want to be like going for pills of water and all that. But like, so it's still a little bit too realistic for me. But
Yeah, I do agree with you there. Some things about that game was way too realistic, and we didn't really need to know all about it, but it's a great game. I have been playing Elden Ring recently, and oh no, that is so hard. Oh dear. But it's quite a fun game. I see it on your Instagram page. You see Sifu in CX. A lot of people got rid of that. I'm thinking about getting it. Have you played it? Is it any good?
Yeah. So I'd probably say Sifu is the most enjoyable game I've played. Did it come out this year? Or was it the beginning?
Early this year.
It came out early this year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I loved it.
Time,
I just got absolutely hooked on it, and every spare minute I had, I was trying to play it. I ended up getting the platinum on it, and I'm not like the god of gaming by any means. So I think it's difficult by design, so that you have to keep coming back and playing it, because the whole ethos of the game is that you have to master kung fu kind of thing, and you're not going to do that without trying and failing loads of times. So don't be put off if you keep dying, because you're supposed to at that point. I mean, if you're playing it for like 10 hours and you still keep dying, then maybe it's too hard for you. But apparently there's a new difficulty mode in it, because it is difficult. So I think if you're buying it now and you really struggle, you'll be all right, because you can adjust the difficulty level. But I would reckon it's awesome if you if you're into kung fu movies and stuff, and old school beat 'em ups, like Streets of Rage and all that.
Oh,
There's elements of it that are a bit like that. Sometimes it turns to a side scroller as a kind of homage almost to. But yeah, it's I can't recommend it highly enough. It's really good.
I'll definitely have to see if I can find a copy, because I think you can get like a steelbook edition about.
Just put it up my way anyway. If you want me to get you one, send it, mate, as you've seen from the list.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it. But yeah. DVD for Film Bloke says some of the missions were easier than the first time I played it, and some was hard as shit. I played a bit of the GTA Definitive Edition, or Not So Definitive Edition, on the Switch the other day. Oh my word, that is a really mess that trilogy is, what they've done. What should have been a fantastic trilogy, remake, remaster. Oh, dreadful. We do have Rogue Reviews, but it disappeared. We've got Rogue Reviews here saying, I'm in North Wales right now, so I've watched nothing anyway. Going back to the best Wales, also known as South Wales, tomorrow, so gotta catch up. Awesome.
They don't have films in North Wales.
I'm reading it, but I'm kind of confused at the same time. We have Gareth here from Video Tasties. Hey, Gareth.
Is it going, mate?
We've got DVD from Film Bloke says, last night I finished Billy Connolly's World Tour of Scotland, which was great. I also have the World Tour of England, Wales and Ireland on VHS, which I can't wait to start on. Awesome. Sounds great to me. I really do like Billy Connolly's documentary series where he goes over to America and stuff like that. Very entertaining. And he says Billy Connolly is literally my hero. Wow,
Yes.
so you're a big fan.
Massive. I love the man.
I can remember him in Garfield too.
Is he in Garfield too? Is he? No.
Yeah. And he was in a series of unfortunate events, which is a much more better film to be remembered for than Garfield 2.
He was good in Brave. He was really well cast in Brave.
Yes, he was in Brave, the Disney one. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. That wasn't too bad.
Muppet Treasure Island.
Oh god.
Yes. Yeah.
He's good in Majesty Mrs. Brown with Julie Dench. She's good in that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't think I've ever seen that. Mrs. Brown.
There was one called, I think it was a more recent film called Quartet. I think he's in that one as well.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's about, but I remember he was in that one. That wasn't too bad. But moving on, we've got Mike here from Did You See That? Are you all going to the cinema or avoiding them on Saturday, as nearly all cinemas in the UK are doing £3 tickets that day? If you're going, what are you seeing? I know Lisa said she's going to go and see E.T.
Yeah.
Oh, great pick for the cinema. What about you, Andy? Are you going this weekend?
No. I've got one of those limitless passes, so I just go whenever, but I'm not going this weekend. No.
That sounds good. ElectricGeek?
Yeah, I might. I'm off. I'm on holiday just now. I go back on Tuesday, so I might. I might on Saturday. We'll see. But my local cinema's a kind of budget one, so it's a fiver for everything anyway. So the £3 deal's not really that much of an incentive. But I don't even know what's on just now. But I'd be up if there was showing ET up my way, I would go because it'd be a good way to see it for the first time.
That'd be good. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know this was a thing on Saturday, but I can't even think of anything that I want to see at the cinema at the moment. So probably not, and it's probably a good idea I avoid it anyway because I imagine it would be very busy.
Yeah.
I think they're on their arse a wee bit, cinemas in general. I think I've heard rumours that Cineworld are almost going into
administration.
They're kind of. I mean, I've always been quite an avid goer to cinema, so I hope it doesn't disappear. That's my big worry. People are talking about will Blu-ray disappear? I'm worried that cinemas will disappear. I think that's a genuine possibility. You know, after COVID and with the rise of streaming, you can watch films now like a month sometimes after they come out the cinema. So I'm genuinely quite worried for cinemas.
Yeah, because the turnover to DVD and Blu-ray after cinemas very quick now, especially with Disney films, and then you've got going to streaming. I think Lightyear went streaming about 30 days after original release.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, well, I'll wait 30 days and then watch it on Disney or watch it on streaming. It's damaging.
It's empty all the time when I go. It's a lot of times I've got the screen to myself, or maybe a couple of people in, and that's it. So you wonder how they're actually, making the money that they need to. But our cinema's ridiculously quiet, so they can't be making a massive amount of money.
They probably charge £20 for a bag of popcorn.
Oh Jesus! Don't start me on that. Darren needs to take out a mortgage to get anything to eat in the cinema. It's like no, or you sneak it in past them. That's what I do.
Yeah. Just walk in with a bag, just nice normal bag.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah. Literally, my local cinema is quite an expensive one, even though I don't know why, because they mostly show older films. I don't know if they're participating in this £3 thing. I think it's like a National Cinema Day or something. Yeah. That's why it's called £3. But the one that's about 20-30 miles away from me, that's quite a cheap one, so that's not going to be a big of a difference. Did check that local cinema here, the expensive one, and the only real film that's showing there is Magic Roundabout from about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think I'll give that one a miss. Oh no. DVD for Filmbook says to Lisa, from what I've seen so far, he's great. I can't wait to continue with all those tapes. Yeah.
Watch some of his early comedy if you like him. His early stuff. An Audience with Billy Connolly. I'll recommend that if you like his sense of humor. Amazing.
He's a very funny guy.
Pete, I'm just going to go dark for a minute here to sort out my power problem.
No worries,
and I'll be back on, all right? I'm just going to turn the camera off, and I'm just going to find a way to get power into this phone so I can keep going. I'll be back
okay, mate. See you in a bit. Continuing on, we have Ash here from Popcorn and Horror. So, what would you all say is the film that you had misjudged the most? So, going into it thinking it would be bad, but being super surprised how much you enjoyed it. Well, for me, it's got to be Jurassic World Dominion. I honestly thought it was going to be awful. 2.5 hours, I was like, oh no. And I was like, you know what? This is entertaining. And I was like, yeah, fair enough. And then the next night, watched Fantastic Beasts, and that was like, yeah, I was right to be a bit fed up with that one. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, this is a tough question. Probably for me, one movie that I just thought this movie was just going to be okay at best was probably the first Avengers movie. I just thought it was just going to be like an average superhero movie. It's just going to be okay. But it's one of the best cinema experiences of my life, that film. I just adored it from start to finish. And the whole third act I thought was incredible in that film. It just blew all my expectations out the water. I just wasn't expecting it. Yeah.
Yeah, when that first came out, 2012, weren't it? True cinematic event. Everybody was talking about it. I never saw it till it came out on DVD.
Oh, dear me.
Wow.
Yeah, but yeah, I did really enjoy it when it came out. But I was never really much into the Marvel stuff then. I think that was the film that got me into the MCU. It just was a lot of fun. I was like, who are these characters? I have no idea who they are, but it's quite a fun film.
I remember coming out of it. It was me and a couple of friends from university. We all went to see it, and we were just like, yeah, we'll go and see this new superhero film that's come out. And we all came out thinking, oh, when's the next one going to come out? We wanted to see the next one because we just loved that one so much. And yeah, it was just one of the best cinema experiences I've had, I'd say.
Yeah. And now we're like, no, too much now. 1 a year, that's enough superhero.
Yeah.
It was a truly substantial event when that film came out, and that's the film that got a lot of people really interested in the MCU and the superhero genre as a whole. Great film, still holds up very well. What about you, Lisa?
I've got two. I've got one I thought was going to be terrible and one that I just had no expectations about. Samaritan that I watched recently. I know a lot of people think it's terrible. I really enjoyed it, and it had loads of like issues and lazy bits. But I sat down expecting to watch something that was absolutely terrible, and I really enjoyed it. So
that's
that
the Stallone one, isn't it? Where he's a superhero.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. You see, I started watching it knowing nothing apart from loads of people saying this is terrible. And I came away really liking it. And another one that I just, when you watch movies and you don't really know much about it, you don't know much about the storyline, you don't have expectations. There was one called Profile that I watched. I think it was last year. And it was one of my favorite movies of the year. It was absolutely amazing. Blown away by it. And I hadn't heard really much about it before I actually watched it. So, yeah, I'd say those two.
Right, great picks. What about you, Mike?
So there's a movie I watched quite recently, and I didn't go into it expecting it to be bad, but I thought it was just going to be okay, fine. It's a Dutch movie from the early 70s and directed by Paul Verhoeven, who did like Total Recall and RoboCop, and it's a movie called Turkish Delight. Yeah, and I thought this movie was amazing. Like when it started, I thought it's kind of got like a 70s porno aesthetic to it, kind of a sleazy kind of look to it. But once the story got going, it was just really, really good, and I was totally surprised by this movie.
Well, you've sold me there for no apparent reason, Mike. You've sold me there. Nothing that you said there really interested me, but it sold me in one way or another.
Yeah, it's just a really good drama, like a romantic drama, but it's got like some kind of like dark comedy bits to it. Just a really good film.
Oh, sounds great. I can think of another couple. The Mummy, the 2017 one. I kept hearing so many bad things about it. I was like, I'm really enjoying this. This isn't too bad. It's just Mission Impossible, but with a mummy. And also, I'm going to say like Train to Busan and like a lot of like subtitled foreign language films, because like at the time I never really watched a lot of them. So to watch a film with subtitles was like obviously a big step, and loved it. And it didn't really make much difference. It was like reading a book whilst watching a film at the same time. And it allows you to open the door to so many great films in cinema. As some of the foreign stuff is fantastic. We've got Bumpers Movies here saying, even though, glad to see you back, Pete. Hope you're well. Thanks ever so much, mate. Yeah, I'm feeling much better now. Looking forward to the stream tonight. Top lineup. Thanks for joining, mate. Jason, the old millennial, says, I really liked Cyrano. It was the first movie I saw this year in the theatres since 2020. Solid musical.
And I don't even like musicals, and I adored that. The only musical I think I like is Phantom of the Opera, maybe La La Land. But besides, I'm not a musicals person, but I loved that movie.
Yeah. I'm not a musical person either, but it does look like a good film. I say I'm not a musical person, and I like the new West Side Story, but I'm not a musical person.
Have you seen In the Heights yet?
I haven't seen that one, and I haven't seen La La Land, but I do want to see La La Land. Looks good.
Those two I loved, and I generally don't like most musicals, but I think In the Heights was my favourite movie of last year. I think it was my number one.
A lot of people talk about that one, say that's really good. Isn't it done by the same guy who done Hamilton, Lin Wan, whatever his name is?
I have no idea. I'm awful about these things.
Yeah, I think I just see like the box art and it says comes from such and such from Hamilton. I was like, oh right, that must be good.
They did Tick Tick Boom as well, I think.
Oh right, yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah. We've got bumpers here. Oh, same comment he put. Thanks for joining again, mate. Marvel fan says, has anybody pre-ordered National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, Alf, The Polar Express, and A Christmas Story on 4K? I pre-ordered Christmas Vacation 4K and The Polar Express 4K Steelbook. Awesome. They're certainly getting on the 4K train for Christmas now. Some great films there for 4K. Anybody here has been pre-ordering or interested in any of them? Andy?
No, I've not. They're all Christmas staples for me, those movies, but I don't plan on getting any of those on 4K. The only Christmas movie I've got on 4K is Home Alone, and I still haven't watched it yet, just because I bought it early in the year, and with it being a Christmas movie, I just don't want to watch it yet. But no, I've not seen any of these in 4K. I mean, Christmas Vacation is probably the one I'd want to get the most out of those four, but yeah, no, I'm no plans to get them on 4K.
I'm back.
Hey, you're back.
Sorted. Sorry about that, folks.
Oh, you're all right. You got everything sorted. Yeah. What about you, Lisa? What's your thoughts on these coming to 4K?
I haven't got any 4K, so it's a hard pass from me. I love all the movies, but no, I have not. I rarely buy movies. I'm a disgrace. I don't have the room or the money. So maybe when my son's a bit older and moves out and I actually get a tiny bit of room back in the house, I might start buying movies again.
I do agree with like the room aspect of films is dreadful. It is when I've got a load on the living room floor. It's like, yep, nothing to see there. Yeah, I'll sort it out, and it's been a month already.
My house, I was going to say my house is full of Lego, Star Wars stuff, Marvel stuff, and general kids' toys. So I have room for nothing.
What about you, ElectricGeek? What do you think of all these 4Ks coming out for Christmas?
I think it's good marketing. I'm not really I'm not massively into Christmas. I like these movies. I've seen most of them, but yeah, I don't tend to buy things on 4K just for the sake of it in 4K. If I think it's going to benefit from it, if it's got big blockbuster stuff or something, an older film that's getting a cracking restoration, which I suppose these fall into the category of. But yeah, for me, it's got to be something within the genres that I like. Kind of action stuff that'll be flashy and benefit from it. Maybe get an Atmos track or something. So. Yeah, I cover 4Ks a lot on my channel. However, I still buy Blu-rays and sometimes DVDs as well if it's the only way I can get a hold of it. So these are the kind of films you can get quite easily on demand and stuff, isn't it? At Christmas, if you're in that mood. So probably not bother, but I'm glad they're there for collectors who want them in 4K. So it's all good.
Yeah. You, Mike?
Yeah, I don't really have much desire at the moment. I'm happy to stick with the Blu-rays for these movies. I think because they're Christmas movies, I'm only ever going to watch them once a year, so I probably don't really feel the need to get them on 4K. But I might get Christmas Vacation maybe next year when it goes a bit cheaper.
Yeah, that sounds good. I have to admit, I've never seen Christmas Vacation. Never seen it before.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to watch it soon, but yeah, never seen it before. But again, it's great to have these on 4K. They know what they're doing, bringing them out in November. But I don't think I'd want to watch the Polar Express in 4K. It's a terrifying experience as it is. And plus, also these films are always on TV at Christmas, about 3 or 4 times. So I'd be like, oh, what's the point in buying them when I could just record them on TV? Yes, they may look a bit nicer, but it's on ITV2 now. That's the only real thing with Christmas films. But then after Christmas, they'll reduce them to super cheap prices, so then you buy them up for next year. So, but yeah, it's great to see they're releasing them. 4K Muppets Christmas Carol. Then you've got me.
Yes.
I can't believe you said
Yeah.
that.
Now
I
you're
was just
talking.
about to chime in with that, and you like,
Yeah. Mike says you can only choose one option. Do you want to watch the movie Cats 100 times on repeat, or 2? Do you want to watch it 100 times on repeat and star on Cats 2? I'm going to say star on Cats 2 because at least I get paid for it.
Yeah.
they both sound like terrible options.
Yeah, we're trying to pick between two horrible things, and it has to be starring Cats too, doesn't it? Because we get some money out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think? What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen Cats, so I don't really know how bad it really is.
The
so
trailer
yeah,
was enough. The trailer was enough.
Watching it once felt like I'd watched it 100 times. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, and I'm never going to watch it.
Oh, you don't want to know.
No. Well, I say never say never, but
yeah.
Can't, unless my girls want to watch it, which is a possibility.
Oh, it'll probably happen. Yep.
Yeah.
It is a very interesting film. Just by the trailer. I haven't seen it, but I assume it's not good.
Right, I'm looking forward to this one.
Rogue went to Lanfair, Galley Alley Gone, Tins Go Go Gotch. There you go. Sorry for the butchered pronunciation, but I thought I'd give it a go. So anyway, Rogue went there and a Bangor yesterday. Awesome. Sounds great. There was a really good CX in Bangor. I'm glad there was a good one there, not in the other place, because I was not going to pronounce that again. Also, annoyingly, nationalists annoying me in Bangor, having a go at me for not speaking Welsh. Wow. We've got some comments here I'll just skip past. Bumper says, can't wait to hear Pete's pronunciation of that Welsh train station. I thought it was like a small town or village.
That's like the longest word in the Welsh language, isn't it? And it is a village. It's got a train station. That's where they usually go because it's like on a big sign, so they can like have a go. I can only say clown at the start and go goff at the end. I'm lost with the middle part.
I thought he was just on the wind up. I thought he'd fallen on his keyboard. Is that a genuine
Oh, I can remember there was like a weatherman.
After this, if I knew how to spell
it. There was like a weatherman who actually did pronounce it perfectly. I remember it was on YouTube as well. I was like, fair play to him. I could not even do that. Oh. DVD for Film Bloke says, I was just going to say that as well. I wonder what the hell that person who came up with that name was thinking. Rogue says, as a South Wales, it was weird hearing the majority of people on the street spelling Welsh instead of English. Wow. Comments have gone weird. Just got to wait for them to refresh. DVD for Film Bloke says, Bumpers movie. Maybe it was the same person who came up with the name. Hippopotamus mon-esque unacrypt dialophobia.
I love what it means.
The fear of long words.
I've got that.
Fear of long words are not sticking around to read that anyway.
So. It's more like a paragraph on the word.
My God.
Bumper says, aha, never heard that word before. Apple fan says, hey to Vanda. We have Terence here. Hey everyone, thumbs up to the awesome host and cool guest. Thanks ever so much, Terence. It was great having you on the stream the other week. Great guy. He says, hey to Marvel fan and Terence. Right. Rogue says, to DVD from Film Bloke, that isn't the real name of the village, which is Lanfairplay.
Much better.
The rest of the name is describing the local area as it was created in 1879 to attract tourists to the village. Jeez. Awesome.
How are you supposed to say where you want to go, though? Oh, I really want to go to,
I'm just going to get my phone and just say, Google, please do the hard work for me.
The Welsh people must have a quick like slang for it, surely. They're not coming out with that, are they?
No, I can't see it.
Imagine going on the bus and say, "Could I have a one ticket to?" I can't pronounce it.
Stop the time you finish.
We've got Terence here saying, "Yes, where's my manners?" Hello, everyone in the chat. Great to see you here, Terence. We've got Mike's DVD and Blu-ray collection saying, "Hey to everyone." Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mike?
Jason, the old millennial, says, "I'm trying to get into anime movies. HBO Max has movies from Studio Ghibli. Does anyone have a favourite anime movie they would recommend?" Right. I could think of Perfect Blue. I really did enjoy that, but it's probably not a family viewing film. Spirited Away is fantastic. I love that one. And I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard Princess Mononoke is very good as well. And also, if you do class them as anime, the Pokemon movies, especially the first one. What about you, Andy?
Ninja Scroll's one of my favourites. I think that's a great looking movie. Perfect Blue, like you said, that one's great. Ghost in the Shell, it's pretty good. Yeah, they're the only ones come to mind. Pretty much anything Studio Ghibli does is great.
We've lost Andy.
Oh, Andy's gone. Probably his phone went. But yeah, Studio Ghibli, Studio Giblets, fantastic studio.
Yeah.
Lisa, have you got any anime recommendation?
I need to get into it as well. The only one I think I've even seen is Spirited Away. And that was on my list of 10 movies I needed to watch that I haven't seen. And that's one of the ones that I actually watched. But I just don't know where to start. I have no idea. I'm just completely lost with it.
But I know there's like about a good 20 or 30 Studio Ghibli films. It's got to be, there's quite a few of them. But they're all really good. The US dubs normally are very good as well because they do get some good A-listers there as well. Andy's back. Hey, you're back.
I just don't. Me and live streams just don't get on. I'm just causing all sorts of problems tonight.
No worries, mate. I thought your battery died or something.
No, the battery's good. I'm just. I was trying to be like Lisa and be fancy and reply to comments and ended up kicking us about the stream.
Mike, you got any anime recommendations?
Yeah, so my favorite Studio Ghibli is the one called Grave of the Fireflies. I think that's a really good movie.
Keep hearing about that one.
Yeah, that one's really good. And another one, I don't think this is Studio Ghibli, but this is my favorite anime. It's a movie called Your Name. It's just an incredible film. Yeah, definitely recommend that one.
Is that quite a new movie?
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, 2016, I think. Yeah.
I've heard of both of those. I'm putting them on my list. I need to get some of these watched.
Yeah, I think Your Name in particular, it's just got such a unique concept. It's just a really, really interesting concept, and it executed really well.
Oh, that's good to hear. Have you got any recommendations, ElectricGeek?
Anime, to be honest, is a bit of a blind spot for me. So I've not actually. So I was taking note of what you were saying. But yeah, I think the most notable one that I've watched recently was Akira.
Yeah,
of course.
I found the ending a bit bizarre because I was new to anime. So it was a bit hard to follow. However, I did love the aesthetic of it, and my favourite film was Blade Runner. So I do feel that. Akira borrows heavily from what kind of Ridley Scott did with that world, so yeah, and I loved it. And obviously, it's created that whole power slide thing, isn't it? You see in loads of movies now, like Jordan Peele's the most recent to recreate it in Nope, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so I'd say Akira, but that's only because, to be honest, I haven't seen much, so I'm not really mad at this.
Great pick, though. Great pick. DVD Film Block says, "Oh, suddenly that makes it less funny." Terence says, "Glad you're feeling better, Pete." Thanks ever so much, Terence. I hope you're doing better as well. We have DCR 80 Gaming here saying, "Evening, sorry for the absence." Hey, no worries, mate. Great to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Did you see that? Mike says, "Your Name" as well.
Definitely check that one out, I think.
Rogue Review says, DVD from Filmbook says, "It was effective, though people are still flocking to the village in millions, flocking to the village in millions a year to see the sign at the station. Oh. I can imagine it's like the longest sign ever. Wow. Do they get people to stand in a row and see how long the sign is compared to people? Is it like 30 people long? No line. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the new live-action Pinocchio trailer? This is the Disney Plus one that's launching in about a week or two time. I did watch it. It looks all right. It looks like what to be expected from a Disney live-action. I'm intrigued to see how they cope with the donkey sequence, because that was quite traumatizing as a child, and whether they'll redo that or not. But it's on Disney Plus. I'll give it a go. Hopefully Tom Hanks is a little bit better in this one than he is in Elvis, but yeah, I'll give it a go. What about you, Andy?
I've not seen the new trailer, but I've only seen the old trailer, to be honest. So, but I've seen stills of the new trailer, and it does kind of look like really reminiscent to the animated movie. But like you said, Pete, it's going to be really, really interesting how they tackle that donkey sequence, because in the animated one, looking back on it now as an adult, it's messed up. Like, it's completely messed up. Yeah.
As a kid, it terrified me, and thinking about it as an adult now, it doesn't do me much favours. What about you, Lisa? Will you be watching it?
Yes, definitely. I haven't seen the trailer. I tend to avoid them like the plague. If I can avoid a trailer, I won't watch it. But I love Tom Hanks, and I like the idea, so I'll give it a go. There was one a couple of years ago, and everyone hated it. Our live action Pinocchio. Roberto Benigni was in it, and everybody thought it was terrible, and I really liked it. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I think I can remember that one. We're getting another Pinocchio one going to Netflix. That's going to be a Guillermo del Toro film. I think that's going to be stop motion.
No,
that looks quite good. I think that's coming out in November time, and somebody's told me there's a third Pinocchio film coming out as well.
God. I'll probably watch all of them, to be fair.
2022's the year of Pinocchio. More Pinocchio films than MCU films, it seems.
The Pinocchio multiverse.
The Pinocchio.
What about you, Mike? Will you be giving the new Pinocchio a watch?
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen the trailer for it, and yeah, I'm not really that interested just because it's Disney. It's not really for me, but I am more interested in the Del Toro one because I do like him as a director. So I'll check that one out. The Disney one, I'll check it out at some point, but I'm not in a hurry to watch it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And you, ElectricGeek?
Nah, pretty much the same as Mike. Doesn't really do anything for me. The Del Toro one sounds more interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing, so that's pretty cool. But having young girls, I'll probably end up watching Pinocchio about 300 times though. In the future, whether I like it or not. So Disney Plus, it's always on my house.
And adding to the never-ending pile of Pinocchio stuff that seems to be announced. Last week they announced a Pinocchio video game that is like Dark Souls, and it's like very not cyberpunk, steampunked. Like it's so bizarre, but it looks really good. It does.
Have I missed something here? What is it with all the Pinocchio? Like, genuinely, what is going on?
I honestly don't know what is the love with Pinocchio. Just lately,
in a video game as well, it just seems like total overkill for a Pinocchio. But
yep, it's certainly bizarre. We got Caro here saying, "Guten Abend, Leut, wie geht's?" I have no idea.
Caro, sehr gut. Guten Abend, Leute, wie geht's? He's saying good evening, everyone. How are you in German? I don't know.
I should really know that myself. But thanks so much, Carl, for joining. Sorry for my terrible German pronunciation. I'm terrible, I know. Bumpers saying, be interested to see which is the better Pinocchio, Disney's one or the Guillermo del Toro one. I would probably say the Guillermo del Toro one would be probably the most unique and more interesting one. Disney one looked like it'd probably be a safe recreation, but bring them on. The Battle of the Pinocchios of 2022. We've got Scotty Movies here. Hi everyone, hope you're well. Hey Scott, thanks for joining, mate. What's your thoughts on the original Orphan movie? I'm late to the party, but was very impressed. Yes, I've heard of this one, and I was such a big fan of it. They did a sequel recently. Haven't seen it myself, but I've heard good things. Andy, have you seen it?
Yeah, I really like it. I thought it was pretty good. I had the ending spoiled for me though because it was on Gogglebox, and people watched it on Gogglebox, and I was like, "Oh, great! I know what happens now." But yeah, I went into the movie to watch it, in its entirety, and yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty solid horror movie. I think it's pretty great, and the ending's pretty good for that movie. It's a good twist. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Have you seen the sequel?
No, I'm gonna wait a bit. I think because I've heard mixed things about the sequel, so I'm just gonna try and keep away from it for a bit. Maybe watch it at some point.
That sounds fair enough.
Yeah.
Lisa, have you seen the Orphan and the sequel?
Yeah, I've seen both. I was lucky enough to see the first one without having it spoiled, so that was a surprise to me. I'd heard the sequel was terrible, pretty much from everyone that saw it, but I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was as good as the first one, but I did enjoy it. I thought it was solid. It was a good movie.
That's good, yeah. Paramount Plus, wasn't it? Or did it actually come to cinemas?
Oh, it's in our cinema at the minute. It's still showing in our cinemas.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool to see. I haven't seen it, but I've had it spoiled for me, so I know, but it doesn't really matter. What about you, Mike? Have you seen Orphan or the sequel?
I've seen the first one. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I personally wasn't that keen on the twist, though. I don't know. I just thought it was bizarre, like really strange, and I just couldn't really get on board with it. But the film overall it's an enjoyable horror movie.
That's good to hear. ElectricGeek, have you seen it?
I haven't actually seen it, no, but it's a weird coincidence again, though, that earlier on my wee girl was playing with the remote for the TV, and she put on the Google ad, the movie Google ads, and that was what came on, the Orphan trailer, and she was sitting absolutely glued to it, and I'm scrambling about trying to get it off because she's watching this trailer to a horror film. But it's just weird. It's weird that came up after that happened earlier on tonight. But no, I've not seen it. But if I've not had the ending spoiled, so maybe I should watch it sooner rather than later if it's something that's spoilable, So
very much so.
Yeah, definitely give it a good watch. Yeah. Bumpers Movie says, I flew here on the wings of the locust. Exorcist 2 is hilariously bad.
Sure, is that a quote from the movie?
I think it is.
Oh dear.
I'm not sure.
It's
been so long since I've seen it.
I want to see it now. You know when something's so bad and everyone says, "Oh, this is." Now I want to see this.
Does it kind of the one thing I thought about the first Exorcist was that the whole kind of when the father's over in the desert and he kind of obviously disturbs whatever the demon is, that never really gets explored, and I suppose it's a sign of a good movie. I was kind of left wanting to know more about the lore as such. Does the heretic get into that? Is that at all? Does it kind of follow that up or not really?
It's it kind of does, but it's just not interesting. You're just you're not invested in a single second of that movie or any type of story it's trying to tell. You just don't. It just doesn't do a good job of making you want to be invested in it, shall we say? But yeah, it's just a giant misfire, that movie. It's so bad. Yeah.
Maybe there's an opening there for not necessarily a remake of Exorcist, but a soft reboot kind of remake of the second one, carrying on from the original, disregarding Heretic.
Yeah. I think the problem is that first movie bottles that story so well. You just can't tell anything afterwards. There's just nothing extra to be told. It's one of those standalone movies that should just be left alone, I think.
Yeah.
It's just the sequel very much feels like a cash grab. Even though it's got such an impressive cast, like James Earl Jones is in it, Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is in it, Richard Burton's in it, Linda Blair comes back. It's got an amazing cast, but it just doesn't work in any way. It's such a shame.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
great cast there, but wow. But
Yeah.
I must admit, that quote very interesting right in there.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says the thing is with The Exorcist 2 is despite it having a big budget than the first one, it looks cheaper. First one is timeless looking, 2 looks like it's from the 70s and not in a good way.
Yeah.
He also continues to say The Exorcist is a great slow burn. I do agree there. I think it improves on rewatches. The angelography scene still gets me. I have terrible pronunciation there. Not least of all, the doctors is a convicted killer. Yeah.
What scene's that? I can't think of that.
Yeah.
It's there's like a scene. The scenes in it that are probably the most scary are the scenes where she's in the hospital and they're trying to like figure out what's wrong with her.
Right.
And they're doing like all these tests on her, and it's really, really uncomfortable.
Okay. Yeah.
Just really unpleasant.
I've only seen it once, and it was many, many years ago. So I think I maybe need to do the old rewatch thing.
Yeah.
There's no 4K for the Exorcist, is there? I don't think it's out in 4K
I
yet,
don't
is
think
it?
there's a 4K yet.
No, I think
think
it's
that's one that's bound to get
coming
a 4K.
soon though, because isn't it like 50th anniversary soon?
I imagine it'll be next year. It comes out like next year, Halloween time. Yeah, because I think it'll be
For the
50th.
50th.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. DVD Film says, I think Mercedes McCambridge deserves loads of credits for the voicing the demonically possessed Regan. She smoked, drank, and ate raw eggs to get the voice. Oh my days.
Oh dear.
Dedication, that, isn't it?
Yeah, raw eggs. Lovely. Portman TV saying, hello, my friend. Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. Hope you're doing well. Rogue Review says, have any of you pre-ordered The Wolf of Wall Street or Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves on Arrow Video? Andy, you nodding your head?
Yeah, I've pre-ordered the 4K steelbook of Prince of Thieves off Zavvi because it's not the best film, but I've got huge nostalgia for it. I just love that Robin Hood movie. It's probably my favorite live action version of Robin Hood, but my favorite one will always be the Disney one. But yeah, I love that movie, and I've already got like The Wolf of Wall Street on a Blu-ray steelbook, so I don't really want to upgrade that one because I think the Blu-ray is still pretty good. But yeah, I've definitely pre-ordered the 4K of Robin Hood.
Yeah, it's a nice set, that one is, with the steelbook.
Yeah, like the art cards in it look really nice, and the box it comes in looks great. I'm trying to get more of those Arrow box sets that are dedicated to one singular movie. So I'm trying to build up a collection of those at the minute.
They're very nice sets. Yeah. Though, if you don't get them when they come out, they're very expensive very quickly.
On the aftermarket,
yeah. What about you, Lisa? What do you think of these releases?
Wolf of Wall Street, I don't think I've actually seen. That's embarrassing. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, haven't seen that since I was a teenager or a kid. I was very young, but no, there wouldn't be something I would consider buying. No.
Mike?
Yeah, I have actually ordered Robin Hood. Not the steelbook one, just the regular box set from the Arrow website. Yeah, I've always had a bit of a funny relationship with that movie because I've never really been the biggest fan of it, but it's been years since I've seen it, and I feel like now's the time to revisit it properly. So I just kind of want to do that on 4K. So yeah, I've ordered that one. Wolf of Wall Street, I kind of draw the line with. I think it's a very bizarre release for Arrow to be doing. I can't get my head around that one. And I think similar to Andy, I've got it on Blu-ray and I'm happy with it on Blu-ray. I don't feel the need to upgrade it to 4K.
Yeah, I'll get that. Also, it's more expensive, isn't it? It's like £5 more than a normal release.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's like 30 quid for the Blu-ray and 35 quid for the 4K, and it's just in like one of these wallet designs. Yeah. And ElectricGeek, what do you think of these releases?
I like them both, seen them both. Kind of like Andy, lots of nostalgia for Prince of Thieves. Like one I watched as a kid a lot. Kind of like Hans Gruber and not really into it. Yeah, I think, but no, really good. I don't think I like it enough to shell out for the Arrow box set. I'd maybe get like the standard slip release of it just to save save the pennies. But I did like that release of The Wolf of Wall Street. I think it's a really cool looking set. I think more kind of notably though is that I think it's a good sign. I know it's a strange one for Arrow to cover because it's quite a modern movie, but I think that's what's going to happen more and more because kind of like going back to what I was talking about earlier, where's Blu-ray going? These what were once boutique. Well, it still is a boutique label, but it used to get, the kind of B-movie kind of classics. I think that's what's going to happen. Like, these kind of bigger, more mainstream movies are going to get leased out to Arrow, Second Sight and whatnot. So I think this is the beginning of that happening. But I don't have Wolf of Wall Street. I've seen it, but I don't own it in any format. So I'm more tempted. If I was going to pre-order one, it'd probably be Wolf of Wall Street.
No, that sounds good. For me, I recently bought Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves on Arrow on the bog standard release for like $5.99 and watched it a few weeks ago. Really did enjoy it, but I did thought the transfer was a bit hokey, not very good. And I was like, it'd be nice if they release that. And what happens? They re-release it. So yeah, I'll probably will get the limited edition Blu-ray edition. I do love those Arrow box sets. They're really cool. Wolf of Wall Street, I've seen bits of it, but I haven't seen it all the way through. But I did pick up the Blu-ray from Poundland for £1 about a month or two ago. So probably don't need it. And also the £30 price tag, I think, is a little bit too expensive for Wolf of Wall Street. But I get why Arrow's doing that one. Even if it is a bit of a mainstream film, it will get more people to buy it, and that will in turn pay for more hidden gem films, more obscure films to come on the label. So that's fair dues. Bumpers Movie says last scene in The Exorcist where, spoilers, where the priest is shaken up at the bottom of the steps. The actor took about 27 takes, so the director walked up to him and punched him in the face to get the right reactions.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That director's crazy. William Friedkin is he's a madman.
That just wouldn't happen today, would it though?
No, he just couldn't get away with that.
Really.
No.
The guy would never work again if he'd done that in today's climate.
I'm just imagining it now. Wow, that is unheard of. Oh. Terrence says yes, DVD even from bloke. Exorcist 2 looks like an episode of Kojak.
He loves it, baby.
Oh. Bumper says, I thought Arrow specialises in cult movies. Why they're releasing Wolf of Wall Street and Robin Hood, I never know. I can kind of get Robin Hood. It's kind of a cultish film. More people talk about other versions. But Wolf of Wall Street, yeah, way too big of a film. But yeah. Makes you wonder what...
It's cult. I do think it has kind of modern cult status, though. Wolf of Wall Street. Very quotable.
Yeah.
And
Probably so,
yeah.
It's just that I'm so used to seeing like older films on Arrow to see like a film released about 10 years ago that's quite popular compared to like ones they released like about 2 or 3 years ago that nobody's heard of, like a small little American film made on a shoestring budget. It just seems kind of weird for that film to release alongside those. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what other big budget films they'll release on Arrow soon. I mean, next year we might see, I don't know, I Am Legend with Will Smith. I'll say that, and that'll probably happen.
They're not talking about I Am Legend 2. Is that on the pipeline?
Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan's supposed to be in it, I think. It's pretty much dead set it's happening, so wow. DVD from Filmblock says to Terrence, yeah, the only thing I will give it credit for is that it tries something different, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, at least it tried. Radley's here saying, hey guys, glad the crew's back. It's great to be back, Radley. Currently getting the new Hellraiser is streaming only. Same as the last Paranormal Activity. No Blu-rays. Inside is physical media doom. Yeah, I see they've announced it's going to Hulu. So over here, it'll be Disney Plus. So that's kind of cool. Disney now owns Hellraiser to go alongside the House of Mouse.
Oh my god.
What don't they own? But yeah, still kind of seem weird to say Disney and Hellraiser in the same sentence. But yeah, it is a shame it isn't going to streaming, but to cinema. But I've heard the new Evil Dead one is supposed to be coming to both cinema and streaming, which is good. But that's been delayed till next year. Yeah, if it's going to go to Hulu, it's going to stay on streaming, I assume. But obviously, there will be unique copies you can buy out there, I would imagine. But what do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I've gutted. It's gone the way it's gone, but I'm hoping it's gonna, like Andy was saying before, I hope it's gonna get a resurgence, Blu-ray and 4K and physical media in general, because I think the problem with streaming at the minute is people just can't keep up with the amount of services, and the prices are going up. And at a drop of a hat, we've seen it with Netflix. They can change the terms and conditions of the contracts as well, and that's going to put people off. The fact that they can't share it anymore, or do anything like that. So I'm hoping we're going to get a resurgence in physical, I think.
Especially after the popularity of Prey, it'd be nice to see that get a physical release.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What about you, Lisa?
I didn't actually know this was a thing. That I thought anything that came to streaming automatically got a physical copy. I didn't even know what some of the stuff didn't. I can't see it being doomed, though. There's too many collectors out there that want it. So as long as there's a market and as long as people want to buy it, they're going to make it, aren't they? It's a bit disappointing that you have to wait so long for a physical copy after streaming, but I'm one of these people that everyone hates that streams everything purely just because I have to. But like what Andy said, there's so many different services that you're having to subscribe to and pay. It's getting to the point, I don't collect loads of physical media because I can't afford to buy everything I like, but it's now getting to the point that it's going to get too much to subscribe to everything you need to be to watch the movies you want to see. So anyway, that's completely off topic. No, I don't think physical media is doomed. Too many people collect for it to be doomed.
No, it isn't going to be doomed. It'll be about, and hopefully, the Beatles get back getting a physical release, because that's Disney Plus property. That could be a sign of, if that does do well, and it seems to be selling out all the time when it comes in, we might see some more Disney ones coming probably about a year after release. So hopefully so. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think physical media, at least for a while, I think it'll still last. But yeah, hopefully it does have that sort of resurgence that the other guys were talking about. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be okay for now, but yeah, I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah. And ElectricGeek?
Yeah, I think Andy and Lisa kind of doubled down there. I think these guys hit the nail on the head. But I think streaming is past its golden age, to be honest. I'm not saying it's going to go away, but I think it's now becoming a bit of a monster in many regards. There's too many. All these studios are wanting a piece of the pie, and that's not going to help the consumer sitting at home. So when it was just Netflix, when they could go, yeah, let's cherry pick all Paramount's best films, all Fox's best films, and then it's a value subscription to the end user. But now they're all trying to get on it, and they all want to own their own stuff, and they're expecting you to pay anywhere between £5 to £15 for each studio. That's just getting ridiculous. Whereas you could just go, well, I'll just walk into CEX and buy a movie for £1 and just watch it on my, because most people have got a PlayStation, or an Xbox, something that they can watch a Blu-ray on. So I do think, especially with the cost of living and all that just now, people will start turning away from streaming services.
I'm just going to have my medicine, so I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, people will turn away from streaming services. This is the first year that Netflix has taken a loss in a quarter. So
right,
I think it's not going to be enough of a stumble for them, for all of a sudden to go back 20 years. But people are collecting VHS now. People are collecting retro games. Even stuff as old and as died out as that is getting a resurgence. So it's still $1 billion industry, like Blu-ray and 4K. So I don't think that's going away for a long time. And even when it does, it'll still hang around, in the kind of retro category, if you like. So I actually think it's a great time to get into it because you can get Blu-rays so cheap.
Yeah,
you can get stuff so cheap, and then you can get 4K collector's editions, which are really nice, that we've never really seen before. So it's actually quite a good time to get into it, I think.
Yeah, I do agree with what you said. There's like too many streaming sites. I think streaming hit its peak in 2020 during the lockdown. Everybody done it. And now, because all these other companies seen it was a success, they jumped on the bandwagon. Stuff like Paramount Plus, BritBox aren't doing very well. Too many of them, too much money, and people are just going to just do the main streaming service. It'll be Disney Plus or Amazon Prime. Because Netflix themselves have seen it go down quite a bit, haven't they? And they've also said no password sharing and all that sort of stuff. So people probably will cotton on to it and probably go back to physical media. You never know. Netflix has certainly come a long way from becoming blockbusters with the DVDs, sending them out in the post.
Apparently, I learned the other day reading an article that apparently, believe it or not, Netflix still send out DVDs. They haven't completely finished that. You can't.
I've heard that in America they still do that.
You can't obviously sign up to it now because they've like they're taking it out kind of thing. But for people who signed up for it, however many years ago it was, 10, 15 years ago, who are in remote areas like Alaska and all that, and in the States, they've honoured it, so they actually still do it. But I just thought that was quite quirky that they're actually still sending out DVDs. Even though they're now this massive streaming service.
I know there's like on the Wii, the original Wii in America, they actually did a box copy of Netflix. You go into a shop and buy Netflix, you do, and you open it up, and inside was a disc. And every time you want to use Netflix, you put the disc in. It's just like, wow! You just press a button on the TV now, or the app on the PlayStation. Can't believe you actually had to buy an application on a disc. But
apparently they're also, in a really ironic twist of fate, they're currently producing a Netflix original series about the demise of Blockbuster. It's like a documentary series about the last days of Blockbuster. Given that Netflix put them out of business, basically, it's quite ironic.
Paid for by the person that put it in the grave. Oh my word!
Talk about sticking something in you.
Yeah, I can imagine the documentary now. We were going all right until this company called Netflix came in, and they just literally ruined us. And then it comes up at the end, brought to you by Netflix.
You never know how things are going to... I remember I worked in Blockbuster for years. I managed one of the superstores at the time. And it used to be called Extravision in Northern Ireland, and then Blockbuster bought it over. I remember when DVDs first came out, when it went from VHS to DVD, and we used to rent games and stuff, and never at any stage people used to say, oh, well, what are you going to do when people stop renting stuff and when everything's on the internet? And honestly, at that stage, none of us thought that would ever happen. It was like, nah, we're always going to be like renting out games because people aren't going to pay for something they haven't played, like 50, 60 quid. And that, I don't know how that was a long time ago, but it just shows you never know like what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years. We never thought that all Blockbusters would be closed down. We never saw it coming, which is ridiculous, but we didn't.
I honestly do think Blockbusters will make a resurgence within the next 5 to 10 years. I do honestly think that there's a market for it. Like you were saying with games, and now games are like 70 quid a go. A lot of people cannot afford to pay that price, and I think rental of games will help a lot for like people to play the new games without paying that high price tag. And like with new films, like stuff like Spider-Man, it takes a good 6 months to a year for it to come to streaming, so people would want to rent them. I think a lot of people will be intrigued by the whole rental system, and they'll want to go back. Older people will want it for like the nostalgia, and the younger people want to try it to see what it's all about. Like with vinyl, it all comes back. Circle.
Fingers crossed, it would be cool. I'd like to see it come back.
And it'd probably be a downside cheaper than subscribing to about £100 a month worth of Netflix and subscribers. Oh, it's unbelievable. But next up, got Bumper saying, I thought Arrow specialised in cult movies. Why on earth are they releasing Wolf of Wall Street and Robin Hood? I never know. I think we've had this comment before. Rogue Review says, Arrow's slowly been moving more mainstream after Zappy bought them. Yeah, that's true. They're the output has changed a lot, I must admit. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, Arrow is becoming too mainstream. I mean, RoboCop has no business being on Arrow. I kind of don't mind it on Arrow. It is kind of a cult film, but I can kind of get what you mean. It is a very big film compared to the other stuff. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think RoboCop pretty much has no business being on Arrow. I liked it when Arrow sort of put the spotlight on movies you didn't know or never even heard of, and they sort of I owe Arrow a lot because they've uncovered some amazing gems for me that I didn't even know existed, and they've really put the spotlight on them. And movies like RoboCop and American Werewolf in London for me are just too mainstream. Even when they did Waterworld, I was just like, that's a bit too mainstream for me. Like, just do the smaller horror movies from the 80s that people have never heard of, and bring some light to them.
Yeah. I thought the Dune David Lynch's one was another bit of an odd one to release. That's been released quite a fair bit. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, pretty much same as Andy, really. Yeah, I remember, like, I think the first indication when they were starting to release sort of bigger movies was when they did Waterworld. I remember when they announced that, and I just thought that's a really strange movie for Arrow to release, because before that they just did a lot of cult movies and really unknown gems. So yeah, I mean the releases they do for these movies are still really nice at the end of the day, and and I can't really say much because I have ordered Robin Hood, which probably doesn't really deserve to be on the label either. But yeah, it's one of those. I guess they're just becoming a lot more commercial now.
Yeah, but they know as they're fairly big films, they're bringing a good amount of money, and they probably won't stay on the shelf so long as an independent horror film from the 60s or 80s, should I say.
I have a feeling they're going to release the Ace Ventura movies. I just have a feeling because I think
that's on the Arrow label, isn't it?
Yeah.
In a double pack.
Yeah, because I forget the production company's name. I think it's like Morgan Creek or something. Because they did Robin Hood, and I just have a feeling like at some point we'll get Ace Ventura on Arrow, which will be really bizarre.
Like the Robin Hood theme music's like at the beginning of Ace Ventura as well.
Yeah.
Like that's like a bit of a giveaway.
I'll hold off on that release then. I think True Romance, that was the same thing. That was on the sort of label and then got re-released. Bro says Avi buying Arrow was the best and worst thing to happen to Arrow. I probably do agree. Terrence says to DVD from Film Bloke, I do like Morcone's score for Exorcist 2. Nice disco vibes. Disco vibes in an Exorcist film.
It really is as bad as they say.
I don't understand why it's a total mess of a movie now with these comments.
Oh wow. It does sound very interesting. Disco music in Exorcist 2 with locusts. Wow.
What's not to love?
Andy Lake Stuff is here. Hey mate, thanks for joining. I watched Willy's Wonderland last week and actually thought it was a good laugh. What's your thoughts on it? I watched it last year. I thought it was quite fun. Nicolas Cage does not say a word and he's addicted to Coca-Cola and he beats loads of robots up. It's stupid, it's daft, but it's a lot of fun. Not a good, great film, but just fun. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I thought it was okay. It wasn't really for me. I just thought it was all right at best. Didn't hate it, but didn't love it.
Yeah. Lisa, did you see Willy's Wonderland?
I love Nicolas Cage, so I'm gonna love it. I'll watch anything with that man in. It wasn't an amazing film, and I get why some people don't like it, but I really, really enjoyed it because I loved him in it.
Yeah, he is great in it. Even though he doesn't say a word, I wonder how much he got paid for it. His script is just like stand there and look miserable. and drink
Apparently,
loads
he'd
of Coke.
always wanted to do a silent horror movie. I don't think that was what he had in mind, but he was a big fan of, like, the early quiet horrors, and he always wanted to do one. And I think that's where it came from.
Well, I see today that he's signed on for an A24 film, so that'll be quite interesting.
Ooh, cool.
So that'll be good. Mike, have you seen Willy's Wonderland?
No, I've still not seen it. Need to watch it.
No. And ElectricGeek, have you seen Willy's Wonderland?
No, I've not seen much of like Nicolas Cage's like mad run that went on through the kind of noughties and tens there. But do you know what? I totally respect him for it though. Like I know a lot of it was to do with financial difficulty he was in, but what I will say about him is that in the ones that I have seen, he gives everything he's all. Like he never phones it in, even if it's not particularly, if it's not with the budget, it's not a great premise. He gives it everything, and I feel that he's now, being rewarded for that. He went unnoticed for a while, and he was he was the brunt of the jokes for the stuff that he was doing. But now he was towards the end, he was almost going a bit A24 before A24 was even a thing. He was taking on quite unique roles and stuff. So it's good to see that he's got that role. It'll be interesting to see what that movie's like.
Yeah. I haven't seen Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent yet, that new one, but I have ordered it, so I'm hoping to watch it at the weekend. I've heard some great things about that one.
It's fun. It's a good one.
I very much enjoyed him in Face Off. That was a very interesting film.
Yeah, I like that one. I like most stuff. Even the bad ones I like. And there are some awful ones.
It was fun in Con Air as well. I watched that for the first time a few months ago. Absolutely loved that. Thought that was loads of fun.
Yeah. You've got to check out Deadfall. Oh my god!
Oh, this is
That's the one that
one.
Yeah,
yes.
you've got to check it out if you've not seen it.
I haven't.
What's Deadfall?
It's this 90s, like a straight to DVD movie that came out in the early 90s, and it's got a really good cast, but it is such an awful movie. Like the set pieces in it aren't even finished. In like the framings are like really off. You can see like the boom mics in it. Nicolas Cage is wearing this horrible wig the whole film, and he's overdubbed by himself in the movie as well. When he's
remember you saying, yeah.
There's like crazy bed humping that he does.
What?
Yeah,
I need to see this.
It's so funny. Like if you think you've seen bad over the top Nicolas Cage performances, you haven't seen anything until you've seen Deadfall. I can't explain it. It just has
right
to be
up
seen.
my street.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sounds superb. Sign me up.
Yeah, it's so much fun. He's the best part of that movie. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Nicolas Cage is always fun in a bad film. At least you've always got him. I do want another National Treasure though with him in. Love those films. They're good.
Yeah. I thought I heard that was being talked about at Disney as potentially getting a reboot.
I know we're getting a TV series, but he's not in it.
The TV series is that what it is?
It may happen. Depends on if the TV series is a success, I suppose. DVD from Film Bloke says to Terence, yeah, it's a good score, but it feels out of place. The first didn't really have one. No, I've never really thought of Exorcism and Disco go together, but Rogue says Phantom of Paradise is still in print on Arrow, bought it in the recent sale. Awesome. My H&B still got sale on the Arrow, so I'll be checking that one out very soon. Andy Likes Stuff says, saw Stallone's new film Samaritan on Prime. Slow to start, but it was quite good. Have any of you watched it? I know you watched it, Lisa. You really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it, yeah.
I've seen trailers for it. Definitely do want to go and watch. Probably watch it at the weekend. Seen it, Andy?
I've not watched it yet. No. Just can't comment.
Yeah, Mike?
No, I've not seen it yet.
And ElectricGeek?
No, Full House. I've not seen it, unfortunately.
Bumper says, I saw Barbarian and Terrifier 2 at the weekend. Definitely 2 movies to add to your watch list. Well, unfortunately.
Is Bumper's movies in the US?
Bumper's in Wales. He is. I think he went to a convention at the weekend, I think, and he saw him at a convention, if I remember correctly.
They're both on my list. I'm looking forward to both of those.
I haven't heard of Barbarian, but I've heard of Terrifier. Well, the first one, my mum watched it and she absolutely hated it. And she told me all about it. She did.
Oh dear.
She's like, oh, it's gruesome. It's awful. It's
I
awful. You
wouldn't
don't
want
want
to
to
watch
watch it,
that
Pete.
with
You
my
don't. I was like, she said, I like bloody and gory stuff, but not that film. Not that film. She told me some of the stuff about it. I was like, yeah, I'm probably not going to watch it. But I did watch the trailer for the new one, and the new one does look quite good. So I may give that one a go. What about you, Andy?
I've not seen Terrifier. I haven't seen the first one. I just think the clown in it makes Pennywise look like Ronald McDonald to me. He just made me shitless.
It's the best thing about it is the character Art the Clown. He just makes the movie.
Yeah. I will check it out. I will watch it at some point. I've heard there's like this really gruesome kill in it, which is kind of like the kill that was in Bone Tomahawk.
Yeah, that's the one my mum was on about.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Bone Tomahawk, but had it to do with a woman being suspended somewhere?
It's let's say it's someone being hung upside down.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
Oh, that was grotesque. It was awful.
Yeah. But I've heard a lot of people do say they like Art the Clown as a character. They say like in a lot of horror conventions, a lot of people dress up as him and all that. So
he's a great character.
Awesome. You looking forward to these films, Mike?
I mean, I've not heard of Barbarian, and I've not seen the first Terrifier. I've seen a lot of clips of it, and yeah, it does look very, very, very brutal, quite mean spirited.
It is
probably, yeah. I'll watch it at some point. But yeah, I've not heard of Barbarian.
No, nor have I. ElectricGeek, what do you think of these two films?
Same as Mike. I haven't even heard of Barbarian. I'm kind of vaguely familiar with Terrifier, but I haven't seen it. Is it an older film, Terrifier?
Terrifier's a few years old, maybe
2016, 2017.
Oh, yeah,
that old? My God, time's going too fast.
I thought it was much older than that. I thought it was like an old kind of cult film.
No,
maybe I've just thought that from the artwork that I've seen, kind of thing. But it sounds pretty gruesome.
Yeah, awesome. Edward says, what's your thoughts on Halloween Ends being available on Peacock same day as the theatrical release?
Didn't know that.
Same thing happened with Halloween Kills. It did. I must admit, I watched Halloween Kills on stream, and I'm kind of glad I did because I wasn't a big fan of that one. But I do kind of want to see Halloween Ends at the cinemas. The teaser trailer won me over. I mean, it's fair dues if people don't want to go to cinemas, but it would be nice if it was cinema exclusive for at least a month or two. But what do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see Halloween Ends at the cinema. I went to see Halloween Kills at the cinema, and I actually quite enjoyed Halloween Kills. But yeah, I think it's a bit weird releasing it the same day as the theatrical trailer. That's a bit off. Yeah,
it's definitely going to damage ticket sales, I think, especially in America and that. But I think should have left it a couple of months, release it on Peacock at Christmas, when like obviously its cinema runs dried through. What do you think, Lisa, of it coming out and streaming the same day?
I didn't know that, but it's disappointing. Like, I would like to have seen it do its first couple of months at the cinema. I will be at the cinema to see it because it's horror. I am a bit sick of the Halloween movies, I have to admit. I haven't liked the last few, but I'm just a glutton for punishment. I shall be there to watch it with everyone else, see how it goes. But I would have liked them to end it with the last one, or was it maybe the one before the last one? Not the last one, but the one before, or we thought it was over and then it wasn't. I think they've done enough now.
Yeah, hopefully this one will end, but we all know he'll be back somehow. Mike, what do you think about coming to streaming in the same day?
Yeah, I think like you said, it's a bit disappointing because it probably will like affect ticket sales, which is a bit disappointing. But yeah, I'll be seeing it at the cinema as well. I had a great time seeing the last two movies at the cinema. It was just a really fun experience. So yeah, just want more of the same again. Awesome.
And ElectricGeek, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not into that at all. It kind of annoys me when stuff gets released in tandem like that. I just kind of alluding back to what I said earlier. I'm worried for the fate of cinemas And I think they're maybe naively thinking that that it's a 50-50 split between people who are happy to watch in the house and people who are happy to go to the cinema. I think it's much more towards the streaming side. I think there's a huge majority of people that go to the cinema to see something in the past because it's the only way to see it. But if you tell them that the home release is imminent or worse at the same time, those people won't go. It's just kind of diehards that want to see stuff in the cinema, unless it's something massively tentpole, like Top Gun Maverick or a Marvel movie or something. But I don't quite think like Halloween films maybe fit that bill. That they're going to have that massive appeal that they'll bring, everyone will turn up. So it's a dangerous game releasing it and streaming at the same time. But I've not actually seen Kills, but I've seen the reboot. Kind of like what Lisa was saying there. I really enjoyed the reboot as a casual fan of Halloween, but I didn't think it needed another one, and that's why I've not really watched it, because I was happy with what I seen, kind of thing. I'll check it at some point, but not in a rush.
Yeah. If you like a lot of killing, Halloween Kills will suffice.
Closing the table, I suppose.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, Halloween Kills did do quite well in cinemas, both over here in America. It did make it money back and then some because it went streaming the same day as well. But I do think movie studios need to go back a bit on the whole streaming the same time as going to cinemas. Try and leave it a bit like what they've done with Top Gun Maverick, as it's drying up in cinemas, then release it on streaming, then give it another month, then release it on physical, stuff like that. It would help out the cinemas a lot, much more, because like with Cineworld, this could be going down the pan. It doesn't help them. You get a big release. I mean, Halloween will do moderately quite well at the cinema, especially over Halloween. So to get that took away from cinemas, it is a shame. Bumpers Movie says, how big will Andy's collection be in 10 years?
No idea.
Gonna need another bedroom.
Yeah, I think so. I need another bedroom already.
What's your number, Andy?
I can tell you. Hang on.
He's got a list.
I've made like this Excel database, so it keeps everything in track. So
I'm just curious, it's a series of movies you've got there.
So I don't count any TV shows in my number because I've got hundreds of TV shows, and I don't count repeats either. Like I've got like Halloween like on 4K, and I've got it on Blu-ray, but I only count it once.
Yeah,
I only count the title once. So the current title count is 4641. 4,641.
My God!
Yeah.
How do you display all that?
Yeah, I don't. All that behind me is all doubled up, so everything.
Right. Oh God. Right.
There's loads.
So there's a layer behind what you can see.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if you can see this, but there's a load. There's a big stack, like loads stacked there on the floor. So I've got to sort out.
You need to do what Kermit's Ghost did, and shelf from the ceiling to the floor the whole way around the room. That's what he did, and he's got a shocking amount in.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and get something that goes across the two doors I've got, so it goes up to the ceiling. In the end, but it's room is a big problem at the minute. Just running out of it, but I'm gonna see if I can get to 5,000 by the end of the year. That's my goal.
Sounds good.
It's a big ask. It's like another 300 odd films I've got to try and collect. But it's growing. So
yep. That's an incredible collection. It is definitely something to be proud of.
No, thanks, Pete.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
We've got Danny Dukes here saying, hi, hope you're all good. Hey, Danny, thanks for joining, mate.
How you doing, Danny?
Road Review says, went to H&B in Chester yesterday, still had the Arrow sale on as they forgot to change the stickers. If you want to get an Arrow deal, get down to Chester. Sadly, can't guarantee it, though. Went into mine today, Arrow sale's still on, but mostly it's the same old titles, nothing really special there. But hopefully I'm popping to another one later in the week, so hopefully they'll still have the sale on. But I did notice Amazon's still got the sale on, so that's pretty cool. And H&B eBay, so That's pretty cool. DVD for Film Bloke says Grand Theft Auto 4 spawned the "Let's Go Bowling" meme because the main character's cousin won't stop pestering him about bowling. It's still a good game, and despite the story being a bit grim, it's great. Wow, like literally after all the grimness in the story, you need to go bowling, mate. That's what it's all for. Rogue Review's been playing Breath of the Wild recently. Love the game. Currently 20 hours in. Great game. I put about 40-50 hours into it. Kind of got lost in it and didn't complete it, but it's definitely a game of quality. Also played the Mass Effect Trilogy a few weeks ago. Thought that was really good as well. First time playing the whole trilogy. DVD and Film Bloke says, at the moment, I'm trying to get 100% of the game. I've finished the main story, and now I'm doing any old bollocks in it.
I do that as well.
Yeah. Try 100% in an Assassin's Creed game.
I've done it. I've done it.
That's a lot of climbing, I would imagine.
I did Origins and Odyssey, but I haven't done Valhalla. I just couldn't get into Valhalla.
That's why I'm playing it. I've been playing it for like 6 months. I just can't get enough of it. I've 100%ed it, but there's still a little bits you can do. There's like loads of like mastery challenges and stuff that I've finished, but to me, you get your money's worth out of it, don't you? It's like if you're going to pay for an expensive game, if it's going to last you that long, it's well worth the money. I've got my eye on God of War 2 next.
Oh, 100%.
Yes, God of War Ragnarok. Can't wait for that.
Can't wait.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have a PS5 by then so I can play it on PS5, not PS4. Well, I did. What other one did I play? I played Horizon Forbidden West. I thought that was pretty fun. That wasn't too bad.
That's what I'm playing just now, Forbidden West. I'm fairly nearly the end, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm nearly at the end as well. I'm just like, it's very similar to the first one, I must admit. It's pretty much a carbon copy, but it looks really nice. DVD from Funblock says, Billy Connolly also appeared in a film called Water, which isn't great, but it's an interesting watch. I didn't know it was Walter for a minute, but it's Water.
I haven't heard of that.
No. Bumpers Movie said Billy Connolly was also in the last X-Files movie as well, if I remember rightly. Wow.
Yeah, he was.
I did not know that. Comments have gone weird. Just got to wait for them to load up. We have David from the 4K Lowdown here saying, hey, what's up, guys? Hey, mate. Thanks for joining. Andy says Billy Connolly also played a dwarf in the third Hobbit movie. Didn't know that. Just trying to think of what else Billy Connolly's been in. Just keep coming up Garfield 2.
Yeah, he's good in that, yeah.
There's a movie, isn't there, where he plays like a zombie or something like that? Is it called like Fredo or something like that? Freedom? I've not seen it, but I just remember it being advertised with him in it.
I think he was in a few kind of low-budget gangster films.
He's in Boondock Saints, isn't he?
He's in the Boondock Saints, yes. It was one he done with David Tennant. I think Rosamund Pike was in it. What We Did on Holiday. I didn't mind that. That was quite a sweet little film. It says he's in The Last Samurai.
Yeah. He is, yeah.
Yes. He's in Gulliver's Travels and the Open Season films. Quality. And just a load of his like stand-up stuff that says on Google. Thank you, Google. DVD for Phone says, I don't think streaming will kill cinema and physical media because everyone and their dog has their own streaming service. Too many people.
It's too many. And then we get stuff so far after the US as well. I mean, when you watch like US YouTube channels and they're talking about something you're desperate to see and we can't get it, I have to pay for a VPN so I can like subscribe to services that are in America to see certain films. And it's like, when's this going to stop? All these different bloody things.
Yes. And if you're a gamer as well, you got to subscribe to pay for the online as well. I have to do it for the PlayStation. To do it for the Switch.
I gave up on it. Yeah.
And it's just like, Any more subscriptions?
Exactly.
Oh,
Any more passwords to remember?
or I'll just have a whole book of just like Netflix, this, that, and the other. Oh no, no. Oh. Or I'm a cheeky bug. I just go and get the free monthly pass all the time if there's something I want to watch.
If you can do.
Yeah, I was just like, there was a one for Paramount Plus for a month. I was like, oh, I'll get that, and then I used it again. Different email address.
Yep.
Cheeky bug, I know, but
I think I've exhausted my email addresses and my husband's email address and my son's email address. Can't do it anymore.
oh, we're always creating email addresses here because my dad keeps forgetting his. So I've got to create another one for him. Oh dear. Road Review says the Cineworld in Newport City Centre closed permanently due to rent. That's another thing. Rent, bills and everything. Obviously, it isn't cheap to run. So, again, might see some more, especially independent ones, struggling during the winter.
I can see cinemas opening at weekends only. I can see that happening. I can see them closing midweek and opening at the weekend. That's what mine does. So what it does is it shuts during the week and it opens up its like screens to like businesses and the local co-op for like kind of like kind of virtual courts and stuff like that. So it does that during the week to keep the revenue up, and then it only opens Friday to Sunday, which is a bit crap. If it's nice being able to watch stuff midweek, but if it went that way, but we still got to keep cinemas, I'd be pleased,
It kind of makes sense if they did do that. I mean, opening the Thursday to a Sunday, but again, like during summer holidays, it is a lucrative period with kids being off school as well. So any time in the week, like Monday to Tuesday, Wednesday, anybody could go, and you never know. That's the thing. But I have noticed a few shops like where we are, fish and chip shop, bring that up. I wanted some fish and chips last night. They're only open on a Friday and Saturday now. I was like, wow.
No.
That's shocking. So I had to travel a little bit further to get some, but it's like, wow, it could be a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
Edward says, what are your controversial movie opinions?
I don't think I have any.
I'm not a big fan of the Goonies. There you go.
That's maybe an age thing, Pete, though. It's like if you're a bit older, you have all that nostalgia for it. Whereas I suppose it's hard to recapture that if you're watching it, now. I love it, but I'm old.
I think I watched it when I was about 10 or 12 years older. I was just like, it's fine, but it's just like, I'm not overly mad over it, but I could watch it tomorrow and love it, so I don't know. Andy?
Yeah, mine's a big one. I think Daniel Craig is the worst James Bond. Hands down.
We need another drink now.
I just
digest that.
I just think the guy's completely 100% miscast.
Who do you think's going to get the new one? Is there any rumors about who they're going to cast?
I don't know.
There's this thing keep popping up about Henry Cavill, but no, I can't see it.
I saw Henry Cavill, and then I saw the guy that played the new Spider-Man. I've forgotten his name. The young lad. Yeah, they're saying that they're thinking about doing like a origin story almost of James Bond and making him younger.
What James Bond in Spy School?
But whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've never seen a James Bond movie start to finish. I don't like them. I've seen them they've been on telly at Christmas, like when I was growing up. And it's like, oh God, it's this again. I can't stand it. The only thing I ever liked was Jaws, the villain.
Yeah.
But that was my controversial movie opinion. I've never seen a James Bond movie start to finish.
Okay.
That's fair enough. That's quite a good one. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I've probably got plenty. I do have to side with Andy though, and I do agree with him about Daniel Craig. Yeah, I don't mind him, but I'm not really the biggest fan of him. There was another one. Oh, yeah, I mentioned this on one of my recent videos actually, but I prefer Batman versus Superman over the Batman. Yeah, I don't know. I just really like that movie.
I don't mind that movie. I think it's does get a lot of hate. Batman vs Superman. I quite enjoy it.
Yeah. I know it's probably I'm probably in the minority there, but yeah. I think another one. I like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake. I think I like it more than the original.
I've heard a few people say that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
that.
I love both of them. I love the original as well, but I always find myself watching the remake more than the original. So yeah,
it's a dirty movie. The remake. It's like you can feel like the heat and the sweat and the stickiness in that movie. It's a lot more disgusting.
Yeah,
I think the remake was what the original was trying to be.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I just think it's a really intense, scary film, and just really enjoyable. Yeah.
Great. ElectricGeek, what about you?
I'm trying to think. I'm not an overly controversial person, I would suggest, but I suppose as a big franchise, I've never really been into Lord of the Rings. I don't think they're. Well, maybe I do think they're overrated a wee bit. I think some of the scores they have on IMDb and stuff, into the nine category. I think one of them is. I think it's a bit over the top. They're good movies and production value and all the rest of it, but I don't think they're as absolutely fantastic as people make them out. I struggle to ever even feel I want to watch them again, to be honest. So that's a big one. But and another one that just kind of similar to what you said there, Pete, about the Goonies. So one that's like a bit of a cult classic, which I came to very late, just 6 months ago, and I just didn't get it, was like The Lost Boys. So I know people will absolutely love The Lost Boys, but I watched it and I was kind of left thinking a wee bit, is that it? So, but I think that's because it's one of those ones that you need to have that carry the nostalgia over. I think it's not that it's a bad movie. Like, I didn't think it was terrible, but I did kind of think, what is it? I couldn't understand why everybody absolutely adores this movie. But I did like Tim Capella. I thought that was the best bit about it when he gets that saxophone out. That was my favourite bit of the whole film.
Yeah.
Not so much what was actually going on with the vampires, but no, I thought that was awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great picks. I can think of another one. I think we've all talked about it on the stream before. The Dark Knight not being the best Batman film, especially of that trilogy. For me, it's always been Batman Begins. Next up, Andy likes stuff saying the first Avengers for me is the best MCU movie. What is your favorite MCU movie? For me, I'm going to say Captain America: Winter Soldier. Just love it. I think it's a perfect mix of superhero and spy espionage. It just works so well. Andy?
Yeah, Winter Soldier is up there for me. Infinity War is up there for me. I think Age of Ultron is extremely underrated.
I agree.
I think that the setup in that movie for Civil War is phenomenal. You can feel a bit of tension between Tony and Steve.
Yep.
But yeah, they'd be my ones. The end of Endgame, of course, as well, is perfection, I think.
Of course. Yeah. I do love the ending of Infinity War where everybody loses. It's just there's something different about it. But imagine if people had to wait 5 years for that to come out in cinemas. The wait would have been unbearable.
I think the thing about Infinity War is you've got so much set up there with all these other movies that the stakes feel very, very heavy, and you care when what happens. And you're just so invested.
I rewatched it a few weeks ago, and even though I knew how everything was gonna go down, there was still a shred of hope every single time. Oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it this time. Yeah. But now, and it's still like a gut punch of an ending. But what a film! Yeah. What about you, Lisa?
Infinity War and Endgame are probably my top two, but I have a real soft spot for Iron Man. I love the first Iron Man movie for some reason. I just love the character. He's my favorite. Was my favorite.
Yeah, that's a great film. Great start to the MCU. Definitely the best one out of the Iron Man trilogy, I do think. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest MCU fan. I think most of the movies are just fine for me, but I do genuinely really love Infinity War. Yeah, I really do like that movie. So that one's probably my favorite. Having said that, I still haven't seen Winter Soldier, so I'm looking forward to watching that one.
Yeah, I think the whole Captain America trilogy is probably the best trilogy, bar like the Avengers in the series. Also, I suppose you could say Spider-Man: No Way Home as well. Great film.
Yeah.
ElectricGeek.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Russo brothers ones. Probably Winter Soldier is my favourite. Civil War I watch a lot as well, and obviously Infinity War I've watched more than Endgame. Don't know why. I just seem to enjoy the build up to Infinity more than the payoff of Endgame kind of thing. But I suppose just to be different, seeing as people have mentioned those already, one that I can watch any time. Maybe it's the nostalgia because I felt it was the sweet spot for the MCU. For me, was like the original Avengers. I just find that such an easy watch. It's just fun watching those characters come together for the first time. But it's maybe a bit of nostalgia for me too, because I think that was when I was most excited about the MCU when the big characters came together for the first time, and then I've really enjoyed it going forward. But I don't think for me it ever quite captured. Like, I was never as excited as I was like from when the first Avengers film kind of thing.
No, I do get where you're coming from there. I do think now with like the MCU how it is, I don't think it'll ever reach the peak it did with like Infinity War and the Avengers in terms of popularity. It's going to take a long while and some more interesting characters and better films to get people excited.
Yeah, I agree with that.
4K Lowdown says, I will probably get Polar Express and Christmas Vacation on 4K. That's awesome. I think they're all coming out the same day, 11th of November or something. DVD from Film Bloke says to Edward Coppock, Alien, Rain Man, The Shawshank Redemption, and The Dark Knight are crap, and House 4 and the next Karate Kid are good. I must admit, I don't mind the next Karate Kid. I don't mind it. But I know DVD from Film Bloke likes House 4 because of the Pizza Man rap. And I'll probably repeat it now. Oh.
I think he wins controversial opinion there.
Yeah, I think he does. Terrence says Black Panther is my favourite Marvel film, or The Winter Soldier. That's cool too. Great picks there, mate.
Black Panther's grown in me a lot. It's one I've watched a fair bit actually.
Yeah, I do agree. I watched that a couple of times, and it has improved over multiple watches. I'm intrigued to see what they do with the new one.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
that's probably the most excited I've been for a Marvel film, bar like obviously No Way Home. The Review says thoughts on The Purge 2013 starring Ethan Hawke. I haven't seen him. I have them all, but I haven't seen him. Andy, have you seen The Purge?
Yeah, for me, I think it's a really, really good, interesting concept, but the movie itself was just poorly executed.
Yeah. Lisa?
I would almost agree with what Andy says. The concept's amazing. I love it. I found it terrifying, just the thought, but they could have done so much more with it than they actually did. So, and the later ones, I still think the first one was the best of what we had, but I still think they could have done more with it.
Mike?
Yeah, I agree with Andy and Lisa. It's very average for me. It's okay.
Yeah. And ElectricGeek?
I've only seen it once, and it's the only one I've seen, the original, and like what everyone else has said, I think the concept's excellent. But it's been that long, I can't really comment any further than that. I just remember enjoying it. I don't remember thinking it was purely executed or anything. Maybe in a rewatch I would, but I just remember thinking it was good for what it was.
Yeah, I think there's like about 5 or 6 sequels. I know there was a TV show as well. Terrence says, I was disappointed with The Purge, but I hear the sequels are better. I don't know. Cora says, anyone familiar with the movies of Alejandro Jodorowsky? Brilliant pronunciations. Question is also meant for the chat. So, have Anybody seen the films of this director? Time to
double check.
spell it on Google.
I've
I
seen
looked it
one.
up, but Tusk. No, I've heard of Tusk, but I haven't heard of any of the others.
El Topo and the Holy Mountain. I know they're on Arrow. That's all I know. But no, I haven't seen them. I think like the director's very out there, shall I say, with some of the films.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all I know.
I've seen the Holy Mountain, and yeah, I don't think I was quite ready for that movie. I mean, if you think David Lynch is weird, you haven't seen nothing with Jodorowsky. It was a very visually striking movie, but it was bizarre. I can't even begin to explain it. It was just some of the things that happen in that movie are just insane.
Yeah, I read the description of El Topo and I was like, oh, okay, that sounds interesting enough. But I've heard some of them are very out there.
Yeah.
Yep. You seen any, Andy?
Yeah, there's one I've seen, The Dance of Reality. Yeah, that's a weird movie. Yeah, if that's anything to go by, yeah. If Mike's saying like if you think David Lynch is weird, you've seen nothing yet.
Okay. Lisa, have you seen any of his films? Nope.
I haven't. It doesn't appeal at all from what I've heard. If I have to Google what I'm watching, or if I have no idea what's going on, then I don't want to see it. I'm not really into films that are like massively out there. If I'm confused for most of it, I'm not enjoying myself.
Yeah, I can get that. ElectricGeek, have you seen any of his films?
No, never even heard of the guy, but yeah, I'm kind of still on the fence with David Lynch. I think some of his films are great, some of them are just a bit self-indulgent. So if he's even weirder than Lynch, then it's probably not my scene. But I'll look the name up and see. I'll read into more of them, and I might check them out.
Yep, awesome. Bumper says Santa Sangria. I'm going to gather that's one of his films. Rogue says I can pronounce Llanfairpwll. I'm going to say it's Llanfairpwll. Carl says no, you can't. You just think you can. That's me. That's me, Carl. That's me that thinks I can. Carl says bless you to Bumper. Rogue reviews. Most people call it Llanfairpwll or Llanfair PG. PG. Fair enough.
We're doing this on purpose, Pete, to make you say it over and over again.
Probably. So tonight spent about 80% movies, 20% learning Welsh. So I've learned something. Bumper says, Carl would love to see his version of June. Oh, yes, I remember that. Yes. Carl says he watched El Topo yesterday on iTunes Arrow release, had the Holy Mountain now, and want that 4K of Santa Sangria, but it's pricey and a very poor and ugly. June of him would have been very interesting indeed. Okay, I'm very unsure about El Topo and Holy Mountain, but they're supposed to be good, so. Okay, I'm not going to go in the H&B and buy them though, I don't think. I'll probably get some funny looks. Cora says, Bumper says, we'll watch it tomorrow as now as Pete's stream. Thanks ever so much, Cora. I'll look forward to hear your opinions next week on the stream. Dr. Impossible's here saying, just watch my 3-disc Criterion set of Olivia Asias, Carlos the Jackal. Holy shit, that film is a masterstroke study of the terrorist called Carlos. You've seen it, Cara. I've never heard of it. Have you guys heard of it?
No, I haven't.
No. Cara hasn't, but it's been on his wish list for quite a while. Cool. Dr. Impossible says, for once, I'm lost for words over a film. Brilliant direction, brilliant acting, all based on the worldwide hunt for a master criminal. Wow, sounds very impressive. The UK Blu-ray is almost free, used version. Marvel fan says, what happens in that scene in Pinocchio, guys, you were talking about? The donkey scene.
It's just disturbing. It's just really, really upsetting when they is the character called Lampwick?
I think so. And he's just sitting there and he goes, oh, no reason. He slowly turns into a donkey. It's just like, I'm a child. I'm watching this on Christmas Day and this is more terrifying than anything else I've seen.
Yeah, it's messed up when he's turning into the donkey and he's like crying for his mum. And it's heartbreaking. It's messed up. Yeah.
Disney, what were you thinking back then?
Yeah, and it's like when they transform all the boys into donkeys, they like segregate the ones that can still talk, and it's like, what are they doing with those those like defect donkeys? It's like, oh god, and they're never caught either.
No, and I don't think you ever find out what happens to him, do you?
No. It's messed up. Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt there's probably a YouTube video out there that diagnoses what happens to those poor donkeys. I don't think I'd want to watch it because I won't get no sleep. But yeah, hopefully they kind of tackle that with a little bit more lighter touch in the new remake. I should imagine they will.
Yeah. I can't see them doing that again.
No, because don't they drink and smoke in that original one? Yeah, obviously that's going to be a no-go in this new one. Dr. Impossible says, do see it, go for the full US version, costs a bit more, but it's worth it. Rogue says, bought the 7th seal on the BFI 4K edition, gotta watch it and introduce myself to Bergman before I analyse the film to death in university. Interesting. Never heard of that film. Have you guys seen it?
Nope.
Heard of it, yeah.
No.
Not seen it.
Oh wait, the 7th seal. Yes, I have seen that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You like it, Andy and Mike?
Max von Sydow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You, Mike?
Yeah, I thought it was okay. I was a little bit underwhelmed by it, but I probably just need to give it another watch because I've only seen it the one time.
Yeah. Carl says to Dr. Impossible, yeah, the US release is about 7 minutes longer compared to the UK release. We'll add that one to the list. And Carl also says the 7th seal is amazing and analysing that movie only ruins the greatness of it. Rogue Review says, I love that the 7th seal is the most iconic movie that nobody but film fans and Swedish people have ever heard of. Yes. I'm obviously not much of a film fan because I've never even heard of it. All right. Dr. Impossible says it's like Sam Fuller with his controversial film White Dog. It's another film I watched 2 nights ago. Fascinating film about a white German Shepherd dog who attacks just black people.
Never heard of that one.
And I think these guys had mentioned it on the stream many, many years ago. I have heard of the title, but Cora says White Dog is fantastic. Joe Darkins here saying, great to see you better now, Pete. Thanks ever so much, Joe. Enjoying the stream tonight as ever. Keep up the good work. Thanks ever so much, Joe, for joining. That really does mean a lot, and it is great to be back. I really did miss it last week. Dr. Impossible says, White Dog is an incredible film and deserves far more credit, but often people view the film in a one-dimensional way. It's all about American racism, the undercurrent. Right. Terrence says, love Prince of Thieves, just a great film, yes. And an even greater song that was in the chart for the whole year.
Oh, God.
It's the Arrow edition has already sold me because you get a music video of it and a live performance of it. Why are you buying it?
It was a U2 song, wasn't it, that knocked that off the charts?
Was it?
Was it?
I think it was The Fly by U2. I think that was the one that knocked it off.
Is that the one where the Edge talks all the way through?
I think so.
Yeah, I quite like that one.
Yeah.
I remember reading that Brian Adams became so self-conscious about it and embarrassed that he actually sent out his entourage to try and buy up copies of it, so that to try and get it out the charts because it was becoming
annoying.
He was becoming a bit of a laughing stock that he'd been in the charts that long.
Oh. Think of the royalties he got for that song, though, being in the charts for all that long. Whoa. DVD for Rolex says the Annie Gragovmy, terrible pronunciation. The bit where they,
yeah, that's the bit I was asking, isn't it? What was
the
it?
bit where they do Regan's brain scan, where they put the needle in her neck and it sprays blood. One of the doctors was Paul Mason, who is a convicted. Whoa.
Yeah.
It's been so long. I need to watch it again.
I
think
kind
that
of want to
was-
rewatch it now.
Was that after the fact? I'm assuming that he was a.
Yeah.
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 I assume so. Rogue Review says, I pre-ordered both our releases. Used to watch Prince of Thieves with my mother all the time when I was younger. Yeah. Rogue says, The Wolf of Wall Street is the US 4K release. It has the exact same special features and restorations, but in an Arrow coated paint. Awesome. Yeah, nothing wrong with an Arrow special edition. They always do quite nice ones. I don't think Wolf of Wall Street ever got a 4K release over here, did it?
Not yet, I don't think.
No.
Carl says, I like that the movie doesn't take sides. Dr. Impossible just says, just give me all the best bits of Alan Rickman in an Arrow box set. That'll be worth the price tag. The rest can go straight in the bin. I tell you what would be a good Arrow release. Galaxy Quest with Alan Rickman. Now give us that Arrow.
Oh, I remember that. That's gone back a bit, isn't it?
Oh, I love that film. So good.
Yeah.
Right. Joe Darkin says, William Friedkin of The Exorcist used to fire live guns in the set to get startled reactions from the cast using the films. There's a great Mark Mode doc that has the making of The Exorcist and this. Wow. That's shocking.
Yeah.
Sure, it's Mark Commode's favourite film, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is his favourite film. Yeah.
Wow. Seems like anything goes when he was making a film. That's shocking.
He's such a funny guy, William Friedkin. Like, you watch interviews with him, he's just so he's so honest and so blunt. Like, if he doesn't like something or if he doesn't like a person, he'll just say, I hate that fucking person, or he just doesn't give a shit.
Isn't there like an interview or like a special feature with him and the guy who wrote The Exorcist, William Peter Blatty, and they're just arguing like a married couple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'll have to. That sounds good. I'll have to check up on that. Rogue says we need After Hours on Arrow Video.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'd be a good one.
We don't even have a UK DVD of that movie.
No.
That's true. Right. Mike says, this may spark a debate, but I personally believe if your cinemas will close down within the next 1 or 2 years, but soon enough, I think they will make a comeback where people realise the amount of money they are paying for streaming. They could go to the cinema, especially with physical media becoming collector's items. The cinema industry will grow again. I know a lot. They were speaking to a few cinema managers, and they're saying this year, unfortunately, has lacked a lot of big titles. There's been success at cinemas, but there wasn't enough big titles like Marvel films or like Top Gun. They needed more of them. They were mostly just steady going titles. Obviously, later this year we've got Black Panther. I think there's going to be that one with The Rock, not Shazam. Black Adam. That's going to be quite big. And then obviously you got Avatar, so they're 3 big films that will help cinemas. But I don't know, it's hard to think. I think there is still a bit of people are still a bit weary of going to cinemas even after all these years. And again, people just wait for streaming and wait to go on physical. Especially if you have a family. If you have a family, 2 or 3 kids, you go to a cinema, you get sweets and drinks. That'd probably be 50 or 60 quid.
It's expensive, yeah.
It is expensive, but hopefully cinema survives. I think they will do. Terrence says, I'm waiting for a release of Abyss, True Lies, and Condorman.
Yeah.
That's an old one. I saw that at the cinema when I was really, really young. Condorman. That's an old one.
I think I've heard Terrence talk about that one before, but never seen it.
I need to check out Condor Man.
Right. Dr. Impossible says, I agree, it's a fascinating non-commercial film made by a Hollywood studio. White Dog. Could you ever see Paramount ever release some White Dog in today's diverse and inclusive society? Are you telling me Paramount actually produced that? Wow. Carl says, no, I can't, and that's why it's great. It's made during a time it could be made. Don't think any big studios would dare to make it. Mike says, I think in the next 5 years, unless a lot of streaming platforms have partnerships and combine with another, people aren't going to pay for, say, 5 different subscription services. I do agree with you there.
Yeah.
I think it'll implode onto itself. It'll just explode. There'll be too many. People can't afford it, and that'll just be the big ones left. And they'll probably just go under different banners. You have your Amazon, your Netflix, and you can say you pay an extra £2 for Paramount a month. It'll be something like that.
They do that anyway. It's crap. You pay for Amazon Prime, and then you need Shudder's an extra £3 a month. And like, if you, I watch the Discovery Channel a lot, and it's extra for that as well.
You have to pay for that. Wow.
Yeah, even though you pay for like Amazon Prime to like get access to particular channels, you have to pay extra on top.
That's shocking. That is shocking. It is essentially very greedy at the end of the day, and I think Netflix is probably the most greediest ones. They charge like, is it $8.99 a month or a little bit more now? And you have to pay even more if you want to stream in 4K, whereas Disney and Amazon, you don't pay no more.
Right. I think mine's, is it like something like $11.99? But my dad watches Netflix, like we have that 2 on the one account sort of thing. So it went up either £1 or £2. I think it's $11.99 to have it in 2 houses.
Because I see Amazon Prime goes up this coming month or next month £1.
Oh, crap. I'm going to have to unsubscribe from a lot of these things. It's too much.
And then they're going to bring in adverts, which I do think is a bit cheeky, especially if you pay for it. Even if they say like, oh, well, we do this cheaper one and you get ads. I don't agree with it. You're paying for it, so you shouldn't have adverts.
Yeah.
The whole thing in itself is a giant advert anyway for different films and that. You could watch it and say, well, I'll go and buy that after seeing it. And like Disney Plus, again, is an advert in itself for Fox, Marvel, Pixar and everything. So Carl's here saying, I also like to mention that Fuller was such a cool guy during interviews. Cool. We have Peter here from Standard Silence saying, Coro! And we've got Coro going, Stan! They're back together. Brilliant. Peter says, I always get the feeling that as physical media collectors aren't that many, really. Yeah, there's quite a few of us. Did go into HMV today and somebody spent about £200 on 4K, so there's still some about.
Ouch.
Peter says, Cora, are we going to tell everyone here now about our up-and-coming streams about Vinegar Syndrome porn? Brilliant. Brilliant. Yep, you got the whole chat, guys, to talk about it. Dr. Impossible says, don't think today in cinemas just be entertained. Films like Carlos and White Dog demonstrate the chasm between mainstream audience and thoughtful cinema with a direct approach to thinking. Carlos says to Peter, I'll leave it up to you. Dr. Impossible says you're doing streams on porn now, Carl. Okay, moving on. Peter says, Cora, okay, but let's mess with Playtendoguy a bit more first. Playtendoguy.
That's going to stick.
Yeah. Cora says, oh, God, don't ask the audience to think, but don't want them to get any smarter. Oh, right. Right. Peter says, Dr. Impossible, so far it's just this amazing idea we're working on. Yes. It's in the planning stages, isn't it? Dr. Impossible says, is this a 1984 Coral without Richard Burton? Carl says, no, I'm not doing porn streams. There's already a guy on YouTube who does that and will kill me and my family if I try it.
No.
I'm quite intrigued that there's a guy on YouTube talking about porn on a stream. Wow. You're joking, Carl. Kill you. And Pete's just saying slip covers.
I'm completely lost.
I don't know
What's going on.
No. Going back to something we do know a lot about, Rogue says there's only one blockbuster left in the entire world in Bend, Oregon, and also a tourist attraction. I imagine it would be.
At least there's one left.
I think that's what happened. I think it will become a franchise again, but as like tourist attractions kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll come back, I think. Take kids there. Mum, what's that? Dad, what's that? Oh, that's what we used to have years ago. No,
Yep.
Netflix, we just had them. DVD from Film Bloke says, imagine if VHS came back along with Blockbuster. You never know. There could be a slight little opening in the charts for it, because didn't they bring back cassettes? Tapes. I know they for the latest Bond film, you could actually buy that on cassette tape. So you never know.
Didn't know that.
They'd have to bring back VCRs as well.
Yeah,
They're expensive now.
I know it's hard to get a hold of. I've been trying to get a hold of one.
We've got Gary North here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary.
Evening, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Peter says RoboCop is definitely a cult film, even though it was a big budget studio film. Yeah, I kind of think it's kind of a cult film. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, if you do a stream about foreign language cinema, I'll be there. Awesome. Cora says, well, I might have dreamt that, but the point remains. Terrence says, I think it would be nice to see special editions on VHS in the old clamshell Warner, CBS, Fox styles.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says you're worse than bloody Ray Donovan, Cora, and he's fictional Dutch boy Donovan. Oh dear. Peter says, I'm pretty much a speak English or die kind of fellow, so me and Cora aren't going to be reviewing films from Iran and stuff like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, he just prefers English language films. DVD Film Bloke says, yeah, I have the old Warner Brothers Blu-ray of True Romance. Yeah, they did do quite a few releases on Blu-ray, I think. Rogue says, I've decided that I'm going to learn the Welsh language, as it's basically now required to work in the film industry here in Wales, even if you'll literally never use it. Wow. I've learned a bit tonight with all the different Welsh words, so I could probably get a job in the Welsh film industry. Cora says, I need to look that up. Dr. Impossible says, Ray Donovan is one hell of a series. You might like it. I did. Isn't that the guy with a Liev Schreiber?
Yeah, Ray Donovan's class. I've seen it all. I've not seen the movie though, because it ended abruptly. Because I think Showtime were in a bit of financial difficulty. I think there's a bit of kind of fan campaign and whatnot. I know Ray Donovan was keen. Liev Schreiber was keen to round it off. So they kind of done this like feature-length movie, but I've not seen that yet.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've heard about it, and I've heard a lot of people do like it, so I'll have to give it a watch. Peter says, can't you just listen to Speak Bono instead, like as in singing his lyrics as answer whenever someone tries to talk to you? I'm confused. Dr. Impossible's, well, Cora says Dr. Impossible. James Wood is in it. Well, why didn't you say so? Gary's a big fan of Deadfall, the Nicolas Cage film, so
yeah.
I'm definitely checking that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Carl says he's going to review some great East Asian porn. Oh my days! What are we going down here? Dr. Impossible says, Carl, have you seen James Wood in Cop? The film is an underrated gem. Awesome. Gary says Cop is very good. I remember seeing it a long time ago. Anybody seen Cop?
No.
No.
No, never heard of it. Cora hasn't heard of it. Dr. Impossible says it needs a Blu-ray release in the UK. MGN own the films and 88 Films. Take note, please. Or... Peter says, Rogue, like when someone comes up to you in the streets and you ask for directions and you just go start singing the lyrics to Where the Street Had No Name back at them. Dr. Impossible says, see it, Gary North agrees, and I agree with him. Oh. Bradley says, please decrypt your crystal balls and tell me if Scream Factory intend to do an 8-movie box set of all their 4K Halloween movies at Christmas. Otherwise, I'll buy them separately, including the new box set.
Pass.
It wouldn't surprise me if they release them probably next year or something.
They'll do something.
I think the issue with Halloween is that it's like different rights, isn't it, across the whole franchise?
Oh, is it? Right, okay.
Right, it's difficult to get a hold of. Not that I'm a massive super fan, but I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about that.
That's why there's like no conclusive box set here. Is there?
Yeah.
Right. We've got Rogue here saying, would you consider a Welsh language film a foreign film? Personally, I wouldn't, as Welsh is a language native to the UK. It's been spoken here longer than English and has existed. It's up for discussion.
Excuse me.
I honestly don't know. I suppose it's
if it's a language you don't speak, then it's a foreign language film to you, isn't it? So
yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. But I suppose it's like when, like in like historic films, and they use old type of English as well. I suppose you could say that as well. I don't know. Mike says, Art the Clown from Terrifier is awesome. I'm going to meet the actor in that costume at Manchester Comic Con and get a photo. I'm going to ask him to pretend to be afraid of me. Oh my days.
The guy that plays Art is so nice as well. He's such an approachable guy. A really, really nice guy.
You do normally find that, like, people who play like really horrific characters are such nice in real life, because the guy who plays Freddy Krueger, he's supposed to be such a nice guy in real life, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I look forward to seeing that, Mike.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll probably be crapping myself because Art the Clown does look terrifying. But I'll look forward to the video if you do one, mate. Gary North says, Bone Tomahawk is brutal. That last 30 minutes sets up the gore big time. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing that. It's one I've wanted to watch for ages. I've just not anything about it.
Peter says, have Bone Tomahawk here. Haven't watched it yet. No spoilers, please. No worry, mate. No worry. It's just like, yeah. Dr. Impossible says, Bone is hellish at the end, especially when you're eating a chili con carne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Rogue says, if you think about it, films made in Hollywood are technically foreign films as they're not British.
Yep.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you could say that. Coral says, I think I only watched one movie in the last 2 weeks. Jesus Christ, that's depressing in my case.
What was the movie? We need to know what the movie was. Sorry.
Yes, we do need to know what the movie is. Sorry. I think I've... No, Dad just went to bed. I think, like, bar the 3 that I watched, I haven't seen a film in 2 weeks. So, yeah, that's quite sad for me. Pete says, I have watched some of the special features on Thief Arrow Video the other night and hit a major spoiler. Still haven't seen the film. Why didn't you watch the film first before watching the special features?
I'm glad you said that, Pete.
I'm kind of confused by that, but Thief is a great film, mate.
I've got the Arrow person, that is awesome.
Oh, man. You need to watch the film, Peter. I hope you enjoy it, even if I think you did get it spoiled. What was it, Coro? Coro says the flavour of green tea over rice BFI release. What a name
I've
of a
never heard
film.
of that.
That's a top.
Sounds like something you pick up from the supermarket. Dr. Impossible said good or bad.
I'm gonna guess bad.
Andy says I managed to catch up on the last two Scream film recently, and for me, 4 was terrible, easily the worst for me. What are your favourite Scream films in order? Thanks. So, Andy, do you want to go first with the Scream rankings?
Okay, so for me, it's probably, if I was doing this worst to best, I'd probably say 3, 4, 5, 2, and then 1.
Yeah, sounds good. Lisa, have you got a ranking of them?
I was trying to letterbox it, but I don't know how to do it. How many have we had? Is it 5?
5.
Yeah.
Right. So 4, 3, 2, 5, 1.
Sounds good. Mike?
For me, it's 4, 3, 5, 2, 1.
Yeah. And ElectricGeek?
Only watched them all not that long ago, actually. I think we'll go the other way then, go with the best. So I thought the first one was the best. I thought the second one was just kind of more of the same. I watched them literally back to back, so maybe they're a little bit of fatigue, but I don't really get all the love that people have for the second one and the third one. So I probably enjoyed 5 next, the most recent one. Then I'd probably go 4, and then I'd probably go 2, 3. So
Yeah.
different.
Ah, sounds good enough. I haven't seen the fourth one. I've seen them all bar the fourth one. For me, it'll be 3, then 5, then 2, then 1. I really did enjoy the second one. That was a nice surprise. But we're getting a new one next year, aren't we? Scream 6.
Yep.
Yep, that's going to be a quick turnover. I'm very intrigued about that. Unfortunately, we're not getting no Sydney, though, are we?
Yeah, that's a bit of a pisser, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame that.
I didn't actually like the Sydney character when I saw the movies when they came out. She really annoyed me. I don't know why, just stupid decisions and running upstairs and things. But when I went to watch the most recent one at the cinema, I watched sort of all the others more or less like one each night to remind myself. And I really liked the character, so it completely changed my mind on it. So it's a shame we're not getting her next time.
Yeah. For me, the fifth one, I think probably they did get these new characters in, and I thought they were all right. But for me, it was just the ending and like the motive. Oh my days! I never got so angry at a film for the motive. I was just like, we've been through all that for that. Oh. Oh. Cora says it's Ozu. It's always fantastic. I'm incapable of disliking his movies. What have we got here? Peter says, I remember this other time LisaLoves was on these streams. A Playtendoguy and his fellows all here acting like they've never seen a pretty girl even over webcam. Wait, what, Peter?
I think he's trying to wind you up.
Thanks, Peter. Chorus says you should see me when a female under 50 suddenly talks. Oh, wow.
James.
We've got James here. Hey, guys, nearly finished work. Awesome. Hope you're doing well, mate, and I hope your shift go well, and I hope you get home safe, mate. Dr. Impossible says, I'll have to check out that. I did watch a film from BFI on DVD called The Prostitute, directed by Tony Garner. Okay, that sounds interesting. Moving on. James says, Batman is $7.99 Blu-ray Amazon. I know, great price. Definitely for a recent release. Ambulance is $7.99, so I ordered that off Amazon. Look forward to
I've not
watching
seen
that.
Ambulance yet. I might do the same, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. A little bit too long, but it's just a lot over the top action. Jake Gyllenhaal's definitely having a whale of a time.
Yeah.
James says part 3 of the Dudley movie tomorrow. Awesome, mate. Can't wait to watch it. I liked your one where you met up with Jamie and Katie. That was great. Rogue says, reading about the story of Welsh Prince Llewellyn Barr,
Well
hopefully
done.
I pronounced that well, who managed to liberate the entire North Wales as well as conquer Merseyside and North Cheshire against the odds. I'm surprised there's no films about that yet. No, I'm surprised. It sounds quite interesting. Learning a bit of history as well. James says, what is the rarest film I own? Oh, we own, should we say. What is the rarest film you own?
I don't think I have any rare films, so you can skip me over. I've got this, which is interesting, though. It's not rare, but get a load of that. Alien Terror on VHS. I think it's clamshell as well. That's old stuff. But I don't have anything rare. But that's like fucking old.
Andy, what about you?
Oh, that's a tough question. Probably just going to say Last American Virgin because it's out of print.
I still have to watch that. It's on my list.
Oh, that's a great film. Thanks to Andy for the recommendation.
No, you can watch it on YouTube.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube, but it's not very good quality.
All right.
It's a shame.
I want to see it.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know, because I think I've got a lot of stuff that I don't know if it's rare. I think you can still get it, but obviously you just have to pay a lot of money because it's out of print. So I'm not sure. So I'd probably just have to say something like the Hellraiser Scarlet box set from Arrow. I think that's out of print, and I think that goes for quite a lot of money. So yeah,
nice.
Very nice. ElectricGeek.
I don't have the biggest of collections. I don't have any super rare movies. I don't think I do have. Probably just what we're talking about there. I've got Thief, but I've got which isn't rare at all, obviously from Arrow. But the version I've got, it's that's got a slip. It's a double discer with a
nice
spot gloss on it. So I think it goes for fairly expensive online, but it's got 2 cuts or 3 cuts or something like that. I think the one you get from Arrow now's only got 1 disc, but that one there was I don't know 2,000 copies of it made or something. I don't know if there was a reprint, but it's out of print now anyway. Probably that, but it's quite
cool.
nice.
That's very cool. I didn't know that.
I didn't know this. I found it in CX, and it was I think it was 20 quid. But I kind of did my research on it, and I thought, you know what, I wanted to see it, so I just paid it to get it. So.
I knew there was a slipcover version of it, but I didn't know it was 2-disc set. There was a slipcover version that popped up on eBay, and it was only about £7 pre-owned. And if I knew it had both the discs in, I would have got. As for rare films for me, I suppose, that's kind of hard. I mean, I'm thinking about it now. I suppose you could class my copy of Shrek on DVD still sealed as rare because it's still sealed. But can't really think of nothing else. Probably Arrow box set, the True Romance one. That goes for quite a bit of money now, I suppose, because I don't think you could see that one. I'd say that. We've got Coral saying to Dr. Impossible, worth it for the unrestored audio options alone. Sounds wonderful and shows how much gross most so-called restored audio sounds. DVD and Phone Vote says, I have an Excel database for my DVD and Blu-ray collection. I also have a list of letterbox for the film. Awesome. I really should do something like that, but I'm just like, it's going to take ages.
The longer you leave it, the worse it's going to be, though.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm just thinking about going for the boxes and writing them all down. Oh no. Peter says the Elm Street remake apparently made more money than all the originals. Much better ones. Wow.
That's strange.
Yeah, but I suppose back in the day, in inflation, you add inflation to that amount that the original made. They probably still made more than the remake. I don't know, but that's quite interesting to hear that. Other fans saying hi to James. Carl says, Peter, have you seen the remake? I haven't seen the remake. I've heard it's not very good. Have you seen the remake to Nightmare on Elm Street?
No.
Yeah.
How many
Is that
years
the one
ago
with the
was
fella
it?
from Watchmen in it? Played Rorschach. He plays, can't remember his name now. But I thought he was a good casting. I've only ever seen the trailer, but I don't know if it's any good or not.
No. Mike, you've seen it. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, he was probably the best part about it, but the movie is just so forgettable. It's too serious. It doesn't have that sort of campiness that the original Nightmare on Elm Street films has, and it kind of needs that tone. It's just too serious.
Yeah. You've seen it, Lisa, or not?
I've just looked it up. I have seen it, but I remember absolutely nothing about it, so I was obviously underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Hi, Marvel fan. Peter saying Andy Budapest now what?
Yeah, I remember that.
DVD from what says I have nearly 500 titles and I'm already running out of space. I mean, you've seen my recent collection update. It's a mess. Hopefully, I can get a bigger room so I can put shelves in. Yeah, sounds very similar to me. I have these like plastic tubs and I fill them up with Blu-rays and hoping to fill up with loads and only fill them up with like only about 5 or 6 because they don't take up enough space. So I need to get some more shelves, but I'm just like, my parents are like, you don't need no more shelves. And they're like, and then they're like, you do need more shelves, but we haven't got no place for the shelves. And I'm like, I know. Peter says, Coral, Elm Street, no, but I bought it cheap on Blu-ray a week ago and intend to watch it. Yeah, it's pretty cheap over here in the UK. I was going to get it, but I heard not very good things, so I didn't bother. Coral says, yeah, the Elm Street remake. Haven't seen it myself. The Vivi Drew says, which MCU villain that is a copy of the hero do you think is the most genetic? Ironmonger, Abomination, Yellow Jacket, or Killermonger? I have no idea.
I take it, does he mean from like the comics, from the graphic novels?
I think he means from the film because I think they've all been in the films, haven't they?
Yeah.
I know.
Which is a copy of the hero? Do you think is the most generic?
Yeah.
I don't know who Yellow Jacket or Abomination are, so I'm going to be useless at this question.
That's no worries, Electric Geek. Thanks for coming on the stream tonight, mate. I know you gotta go. No problem.
I didn't realise how long you guys were going to go on for, and it's my turn to get up early with the girls. But I've enjoyed it. I just didn't want to interrupt you there when you're mid-flow.
Hey, no worries, mate. No worries, mate. It's been great talking to you, and we'll definitely have to have you back on the stream. Thanks ever so much for joining, mate. If you haven't subscribed to Electric Geek already, his link's in the description down below. Go and give him a sub. Great guy, great channel.
Thanks, man. Just like to say before I go, yeah, it's been really nice meeting you all, Andy, Lisa, Mike, and obviously yourself, Pete. Thanks very much for having us on. I'll be checking out your channels. I think I'm subscribed to some of you guys already, but I'll definitely check them out and just double check. But no, it's been nice talking. Hopefully, I can come on another time and we'll see about maybe getting you over onto my channel or something, Pete. But enjoy the rest of the stream.
Great.
Guys, I'm going to have it on the
See you
background.
soon, mate.
Bye, Andy. Bye.
All right, cheers,
Bye.
guys. See you later. Take care. Bye-bye.
And then there were 4.
Yep, there was 4. I think basically like Ironmonger is just like a rip on like Iron Man. Killermonger's like a rip on Black Panther. Yellow Jacket, isn't that from Ant-Man? I'm not certain. Yeah, and then Abomination is like a more or less a copy of Hulk. I think they all just mold into one, really.
Yeah.
They're not the greatest of villains in the MCU. They're kind of more forgettable. Dr. Impossible says he's found out about that one that sounds like something you'll buy from Sainsbury's on the BFI website, and it looks good. Awesome. Edward says, are you looking forward to the new Lord of the Rings TV show, The Rings of Power, on Amazon Prime? Not really. I haven't even seen the trailer for it. Andy?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Pete. It's just not sparked an interest with me at all, to be honest. I just tend to just stick with that original trilogy.
Yep. Same here.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Controversial movie opinion. I haven't seen the original trilogy. I went to the cinema to see one and I fell asleep, which I don't do. I want to watch them, so maybe after I've watched them, I may want to check this out. But at the minute, no.
And Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm the same as you guys. I'm not really that interested. I probably will watch it out of curiosity, but I'm not really that excited for it.
I think the only thing I know about it is Lenny Henry's in it, and that's about it.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Oh. Carl says he got it for $7.99 from Amazon. Just a heads up. Awesome. Cheers, Carl. Dr. Impossible says, "Oh, evening, Pete and guests. Better late than never." Evening, Dr. Impossible. Mike says, with all the movies everyone has mentioned that Billy Connolly's been in, he may have been in even more movies than Danny Trejo. There might even be a movie where he star alongside Danny Trejo. That'd be quite cool. Carl says it's the DVD versus the Criterion Blu-ray restored audio, but the BFI Blu-ray has the unrestored audio heard from the DVD in the comparison. Fair dues. Dr. Possible says Billy Connolly was in that romantic movie with Redford and Demi Moore, something called Indecent Proposal.
I don't know if he's taking the piss or if he's serious. What? Because I've just read the next one. Porky's.
Bert Connolly didn't appear in Porky's. I'd have been in quite an interesting film if he did. Thanks for the info taken on, Carl. DVD for Funbox says, so, a live-action James Bond Jr. movie. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Tom Holland.
No.
Now keeping
really
the Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm really not for that. I mean, I don't really care who plays Bond, but Tom Holland, I'm not really for that.
Oh, no, Tom Holland as James Bond. No, thank you. Give us Lee Evans instead.
Oh, no.
I can just picture him as James Bond, just being, because I think he's kind of been typecast as being the kind of clumsy hero, like in that Uncharted film, and obviously Spider-Man. And I just feel like his James Bond will just be the same when James Bond's not really like that at all.
It would be pretty much Johnny English if he.
Yeah.
That's what it would be like.
Yeah, and yeah, obviously, the Bond girl would be Zendaya as well.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Now, definitely do not want Tom Holland. We just have somebody in there, shall we say, in their mid-30s as James Bond, please. We don't need somebody who's very young as James Bond. I honestly don't know where that rumor's come from, but that's kind of shocking. I kind of wish they just go with an unknown actor, really, as James Bond.
Because the ones that they're rumoring are just too known for other things.
Yeah. Superman as Bond now.
I'll be honest, if Henry Cavill's in it, I will watch my first Bond movie ever.
He would be very good as Bond, there's no denying. He's very good in the film Man from U.N.C.L.E., which is essentially a Bond film. Bumpers Movie says, I'm surprised Dan Stevens hasn't been linked to Bond. Good British actor. He has been linked to it. He's like one on the many lists. I think there's like about 30 people on the list. But I don't know. I wish they'd just announce who the next Bond is, because all these rumours are kind of getting just like, it's like Doctor Who all over again. Peter says, I have enough old Bond films I still haven't watched to not care about the 2000 ones. Yeah, that's fair dues. Andy says, I'm with Andy with Craig as the worst Bond, hands down. Thank God his movies are in their own little pocket. Yeah. Carl with a controversial comment saying the new Jane Bond isn't a German black lesbian Jewish actor. I'll be very annoyed. Oh, dear. The Viewer Drew says, two controversial opinions of mine. I actually don't hate Nicolas Cage as an actor, and I enjoy the Fantastic Four movies with Jessica Alba and Chris Evans. I don't mind the Fantastic Four movies. They're pretty fun, and Nicolas Cage is a fun actor. So, nothing really controversial there. Andy says, Batman vs. Superman has some amazing stuff in it. Both my brothers love it. I'm not overly keen. The Batman is better. Dr. Impossible says, I want Boris Johnson as the new James Bond, as Liz Truss's pussy galore. Sounds good, Pete, and Putin is Vladimir. Oh my days.
I've watched that.
Oh my days. Boris Johnson as James Bond. Jeez.
Oh, God.
It'd be going around in a unicycle. Oh dear. The James Bond in Octopussy where he dresses up as a clown, that'll just be him throughout the whole film. Oh dear. DVD before book says, it just hit two of the most common male names for film YouTubers are Andy and James. Definitely for James. There's quite a few James out there.
Yeah, Jameses.
Matthew, Vinny, Aussie, VHS is here saying, my favourite superhero film is The Toxic Avenger. I haven't seen that one.
Neither have I.
It's such a mean movie that everyone in it is just mean-spirited.
Yeah.
I know they're doing a new one with Peter Dinklage in.
Is it?
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. So I'm on board for that, for sure.
Yep. What about you, Mike, with The Toxic Avenger?
Yeah, like Andy said, it's just a very horrible film. I mean,
Gary says a 10-year wait would have been best after Infinity War before Endgame. Oh, I think there'd be riots in the streets if it was a 10-year wait for it. But there should have been a 10-year wait after, 5-year wait after Endgame to continue the MCU, I think.
I bet anyway.
Dr. Impossible says, never seen an MCU film. Wow. You're missing out on such delights as Eternals. Nah, there's a lot of great films. Nah, just kidding. There's a load of great films there. You'll like a few, I think. Gary North says Al Topo is worth a watch. Yeah, I read the wiki. It sounds interesting. Andy Like Stuff says Mike already knew of him without Google. Will need to watch it if it's more nuts than Lynch. Yeah. We've got just disappeared there. We have Rogue here saying not movie related. There's no word for no in Welsh. The word for yes is yid, but the word for no is knack, yid, which directly translates to not yes. Okay, I'm gonna move to Wales. I'm learning the Welsh language like brilliant tonight. Dr. Possible says you've got them there, Carl. Well done. Lanfair plough is easy to pronounce if you understand the Welsh pronunciation rules I've mastered in my recent Welsh learning adventures. Tonight's been a Welsh learning adventure for me. Carl says, what do you mean? Marvel fan says, I heard Sylvester Stallone was supposed to be in the Forever Purge, but not sure if he's in the movie because I haven't seen it. What is happening with the Expendables 4 and Triplets sequel twins? Didn't know he was supposed to be in the Forever Purge. Expendables 4 is supposed to be coming out this year. I know Megan Fox is in it, and that's about it. And Triplets, that's the one with Danny DeVito, isn't it? And isn't Eddie Murphy supposed to be in it? I know it's supposed to be happening, but whether it happens or not, I don't know. Andy?
I'll be 2 minutes. I just need to pop off for 2 minutes. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No worries. Andy, what do you think of these?
I didn't know he was supposed to be in the Forever Page. Expendables 4, I mean, they've been making that movie for about 10 years now, haven't they? I was taking the time with it. And Triplets, I've I don't know if it was it supposed to be Eddie Murphy, and then it fell through with Eddie Murphy, and then it was supposed to be the guy from 30 Rock. I think he was supposed to be the third triplet. So I don't know what's happening there with that movie.
That's another one that's been in development. Whether it'll come out, I don't know.
Yeah, I rewatched Twins the other day, and that's a fun film.
Yeah, it's good. It's Junior for me all my days.
That's terrifying. That film, the Armored Baby, nightmare fuel.
Yeah. Will do. Mike, what about you?
Yes, I think Expendables 4 is coming out this year, isn't it? I'm not that excited for it. I think the last one, the third one, wasn't that great for me. Triplets. I think that's a movie that they've been making. They've been talking about for like 10 years now, and it seems to get announced and then nothing happens, and then re-announced, and I don't know, but I'm sure Ivan Reitman was meant to be directing it, but obviously because he's passed away now, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah. Andy says, did anyone mention Scrooge with Bill Murray with Christmas films as much? Also some of the black and white classics. Yeah, Scrooge with Bill Murray. Love that. Great film.
Yeah.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, I have seen that one. Seen that one a couple of times. I had to think for a sec. DVD even film bloke says, about most of those defect donkeys set up restraints Gordon Ramsay visits. Oh dear. Rogue says, I love that Seventh Seal as a reference in Last Action Hero with the scene with the death near the end. Oh.
Yeah. Isn't it referenced in the second Bill and Ted movie as well? Like, isn't that?
Yeah, when they're playing chess. Yeah.
Need to see this.
All right. Dr. Impossible says about the Hodorowski thing. Cora says, need to rewatch The Seventh Seal soon. It's so good, it's almost make me horny. Okay.
At this point, I think we're trying to get you to read this stuff out.
All right, Mum. My mum says she's serious.
What?
Oh dear.
It's a film called The Seventh Seal, Mum. It makes Cora horny. She's looking at me and is like, what the heck is that film? They learn it at school. She's walked into the living room.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Dr.
Someone else's must be then.
Dr. Impossible says, Andy, did you ever see the MGM horror film called Burnt Offerings with Oliver Reed and Karen Black?
Yes. I thought it was okay. Yeah, it's on the Arrow label. I think Burgess Meredith's in it as well. Anything he's in for me, I'm sold. But yeah, I just thought it was okay. It had an all right ending. I love
that ending.
But yeah, I just thought it was just okay at best.
Oh, that's cool.
Didn't really do much for me apart from that.
Yeah, I have heard of it before, but again, haven't seen it. You've seen it, Mike? You like it?
Yeah, I quite like it. Yeah, I really like that ending. I think it's really creepy.
Awesome. You've seen it, Lisa?
No, I haven't. I haven't heard of that one.
Edward Coppock says, what's your thoughts on the new Doctor Who trailer? There's a new trailer. I didn't even know. The anniversary is supposed to be coming out within the next month, and they haven't revealed no info whatsoever, so that gives me a hint on its quality, so I'm not that bothered about Doctor Who anymore. What about you, Lisa?
I haven't watched Doctor Who in many, many years, so no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and I know Mike hasn't seen an episode of Doctor Who, I don't think. Marvel fan says, I could see Dogma being released by Arrow on Blu-ray, then a few years later getting a limited release on 4K at the moment. The film's only got a Blu-ray release in the UK and it's a rare release yet. I think Dogma would be a great one with Arrow. I think someone wants £500 for it. Yeah, I have seen online it goes for silly money. Great film though. Carl says, had Ben offerings on Blu-ray, saw it twice. Carl says, I felt Andy's getting off easy tonight.
Okay.
I'm so confused tonight, but there you go. Peter says, Dr. Improbable, I bought Burnt Offerings along with 66 more hour titles with booklets plus 2 without off this guy a few weeks ago. Half of them titles I already had, but I didn't have the booklet. Yeah, I did see all the photos you were on about, Peter. It's great to see you getting all the booklets for them. Dr. Impossible says, saw a film a year ago, Burnt Offerings on Art 1, enjoyed it. Another film that gets booted to the bottom of the pile. I think it was actually on the Horror Channel a couple of weeks ago. I didn't watch it and kind of wish I did now.
It's on the list.
We have Ryan here from Let's Get Kick a Movie saying, hey guys, hope you have an awesome stream. Here's a question. What movie location would you like to visit? That's a good question.
Good question, yeah.
Probably the mall from Dawn of the Dead.
Oh yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah, I'd like to go see that.
Probably Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, but with safety precautions. Lisa?
I can't think of a specific movie, but I'd love to go to all the locations in New York that we see in just loads of different movies. I've never been to New York. I just always wanted to go to all the bits that we see in just loads of movies.
Sounds great. And Mike?
It's not a movie location, but I'd love to see Stephen King's house because you see pictures of it. It's like it looks like a proper haunted house, and yeah, it just looks really, really cool.
That is definitely sounding cool. Cora's shouting Ryan, and we got Ryan saying Coro. Cora's a very happy chappy.
I want a bit of what he's having.
Peter says a big improvement on my Arrow collection and includes a bunch of cool out of print titles like Night Riders, Kill Baby Kill, Rabid Dogs, and a few more. Cool.
I've seen that Sean Connery movie Zardos on the Arrow label. That goes for silly money now. It's an awful movie.
Wow.
That's the one with him with the nappy on, isn't it? The red nappy.
He's got red bullet belts.
Yeah.
And he's sporting this really weird ponytail. But yeah, I had a look on eBay and it was like 50 quid on eBay just for the Blu-ray, and I was like,
wow.
I wouldn't pay that for it. It's not a good movie.
No.
It's amazing how these out of print titles go for so much money.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Gary says, I just go to Lucio Fulci film Contraband in the Mail from Cauldron Films, top quality releases of a great Italian crime thriller, highly recommended. Awesome.
On the list. I really like Fulci, but I haven't seen that.
Flowers in the Attic. Anybody seen that one?
Is that a really, really old one? About kids in an attic?
Yeah, it's got Louise Fletcher from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in it. It's kind of about kids in this house. It's okay. It was okay.
I seem to remember really liking that one. If it's the one I'm remembering, my memory's shocking. That's why I use Letterboxd.
I'm sure it's based on a novel.
I think it is. I'm sure it is.
Yeah. What Cora's saying, hooray, the sex spots are here. Yeah, we've had quite a few, but I haven't put them up.
They're persistent.
Dr. Impossible says, yes, seen it, Peter. We've got Pro Fiscal Media here saying hello. Hey, mate, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Peter says, oh, and speaking of Bono, did anyone see that $1 Million Hotel film?
No.
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 No, I'm confused. We've got Ryan saying hello to Dr. Impossible in standard silence. We've got Peter's balling. Hi, Ryan. Love heart. Brilliant. He's happy. Peter's Miss Ryan. Edward says, "What's your favourite Amy Schumer and Kevin Hart movie?" None.
Oh dear. There was one that Kevin Hart was in last year, maybe, that was actually okay, but it wasn't a comedy. I can't remember the name of it. We was playing a dad in it.
Hmm.
Fatherhood. I really
Oh.
like that, but generally, I don't like most other stuff he's done.
I think the only thing I can stand him in is Jumanji, and that's about it.
Oh god, yeah. Take that back. I like him in Jumanji as well.
I watched him in that one with The Rock. What was it called now? Oh, it was like a comedy thing. Oh, it was like The Rock played a cop or something.
Is it like
Central Intelligence.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck did I watch? And then he popped up in Fast and Furious Hobbs and Shaw. I said, oh, you could fuck off. You do my head in. Oh, and that's Amy Schumer. I haven't seen any of her films, but I haven't heard the greatest about.
Oh no, I don't like her in anything. She was in one called I Feel Pretty, which it made me rant on my channel. It was I just couldn't bear it. It was that bad. I had done a full video rant about it.
Oh wow, that bad.
I can't think of one film I like her in.
No. What about you, Andy? Any favourites for these two?
I think this has been the hardest question of the night, to be honest. Yeah, Amy. The only one I've seen is, like Lisa was saying, I Feel Pretty, and it's not good. It's just
shocking.
It's bad. Kevin Hart, I'm gonna have to go with you, Pete, and say the two Jumanji movies. It's funny when he has to play Danny Glover in that second movie. But yeah, other than that, Jumanji.
Yeah. Mike?
I honestly don't think I've seen a single movie with any of them, but I was looking at Kevin Hart, and apparently he was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Oh god!
So
right.
I'm just gonna have to say that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh wow! So he's been in one or two good films, but I can't remember a minute. So
I think it was only a small part. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's only like a very small role before he was famous.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Dr. Impossible saying, evening, Brian. Edward's also just asked, what's our favourite Kevin Hart film? I thought it's just going to be Jumanji. Peter says, why would I have a favourite Amy Schumer film? Was she in Saturday Night Live? Is it Saturday Night Live?
I think so, yeah.
I know she did one with Goldie Hawn. Was it called Snatched or something? They were abroad or something. But I can only remember that, seeing it in like the shops. But never seen nothing before.
It was crap.
The viewer Drew says, do you guys think Wakanda Forever could be the best MCU movie? I don't think it would be the best one, but I think it could be quite good. What do you guys think?
I agree. Hopefully it'll be good, but it's going to take some going to beat some of the, like Infinity War for me. It's going to take a lot to get near that.
I don't think I'll ever reach the heights of Infinity War. I mean, with these new Avengers movies, they're hoping to, but they got a lot of work to do and a lot of TV shows to get through. I haven't even started She-Hulk yet. Have any of you guys seen that?
I've heard enough bad things to not want to check it out.
Yeah, I haven't even watched Captain Marvel yet.
Yeah.
Is it
I haven't
Captain
even watched
Marvel?
Moonfall.
Miss Marvel. Oh. Moving on to Pete's comment saying, yeah, should definitely leave the special features alone until you've seen the film. I thought I had already learnt the hard way. Andy Like Stuff says, James Woods in Carpenter's Vampires as well. Yeah, he's pretty good in that film. Dr. Impossible says, name me a good Neil Diamond film. Sweet Caroline.
The jazz singer.
Neil.
I like some of his songs. I think some of his songs are really
love
good.
It. My dad made me sit and watch The Jazz Singer when I was a kid, and I've loved him ever since.
I did not know he was an actor. I did not know. But no, I haven't seen any of his films. I didn't even know he was an actor. There you go. All I knew involved was Sweet Caroline and Cracklin' Rosie. There you go.
Forever in Blue Jeans.
Yeah, Forever in Blue.
Oh,
That's
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Peter says, I like the first 3 Screams as a trilogy. Yeah, that's fair enough. Carl says, need to get Scream in 4K for Halloween month, but also importantly, I know what you did last summer in 4K. Cool. We're also getting Scream 2 in 4K this year, I see, and no doubt next year we'll get Scream 3.
It's going to be a long wait for Scream 4.
Dr. Impossible says, anyone seen Scream 20, the horror franchise of diminishing returns? No.
Is that a joke?
Oh, that probably is a joke, yeah. I thought it was a documentary for a second. Carl says, no, is that as good as Halloween 21? Michael needs to learn. Pete's quite impressed with Thief Limited Edition. That's one he's looking to get. I do agree. Peter says, I did get the 3-disc Raising Cane Limited Edition with all that Arrow stuff I got a few weeks ago. Glad to add it to the collection. Awesome. Dr. Impossible's laughing. Rogue says, I own a copy of Cape Fear on VHS with a Woolworths price sticker on. Found it in a charity shop. Wow. That's an antique.
That's a sticker I'd leave alone.
I have a game with a Woolworths receipt and I've kept it in there. I'm just like, yeah, keep it in there. And then I've also got another game with a Toys R Us receipt and I'm like, you can stay in there. Antique. It'd probably be worth more than the game in the future. Andy says, has anyone caught new Game of Thrones yet? Sorry to say, but Doctor Who is in it. And all I see when Matt Smith is on screen, I do have to agree. Every time I see Matt Smith, I do think of Doctor Who. Last night in Soho, I thought Doctor Who was being a bit of a flat in that. But it is a great film, and Matt Smith is a very good actor. But yeah, that's one of the main reasons I do want to watch it. Carl did ask ElectricGeek, do you own the 4K release of Henrietta, the Portrait of a Serial Killer? But I know Mike owns it, don't you?
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah. I like the set. Yeah. I know it's not going to win any awards for like the 4K transfer or anything, but yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And I know, Andy, you haven't got it, have you? You're not the biggest fan of the film.
I think it's a good film. I've got it on DVD, but I would never ever want to get the 4K of it. It's not a movie I particularly feel comfortable watching. It's kind of disturbing. There's one particular scene in that movie that I just can't sit through anymore because it's too much. But yeah, I do think it is a well-made movie.
Awesome. Yeah. I haven't seen it myself. Was going to get it, but I didn't bother getting it because of all the stuff with the Arrow box set. May get it when it's cheaper, but don't know. Have you seen the film, Lisa?
I have. It's been a lot of years again, but I do remember liking it when I do like quite horrible films. But yeah, I liked it when it came out. But ask me anything that's in it, I can't remember.
Dr. Impossible says Highlander's out soon on 4K. Anyone bothered? Great film, great Queen soundtrack, love it. Picked up the Blu-ray for £3 last year. That will suffice. Andy?
Yeah, I was trying to find it, but couldn't find the actual 4K. But I'm gonna have another look, and I might pick it up. Yeah, depends how nice the set is and what you get with it.
Mike?
Yeah, I've had a look at the set. It does look really nice, to be fair. I'm just not sure I like the movie enough to pay that much money for it. I do like the movie, but it is quite an expensive release. So we'll see.
Yeah. Have you seen the film, Lisa, Highlander?
I love it. If I had a 4K player and I bought 4Ks, yes, I would certainly buy it. But obviously, my favorite band do this soundtrack, so you know, that would be the main pull for me. But I think I love the movie because of the soundtrack more so.
Yeah, it's just like a whole Queen CD through the film, isn't it? Oh. Comments have gone weird, just got to wait for them to come up. We've got DVD film bloke says, I think I started my Exile document in around 2015 when I was still somewhat new to collecting. I got into tons of details, including years, studio, BBFC rating, and even how many spines thick they are. Wow.
Wow.
I love that kind of stuff. I'm an anorak. See, organization, fantastic.
I've not gone that far on mine. I've put title, director, and year. I've done title and I've done year for everything. I'm still picking at putting the director's name in on everything.
My God, you've a lot to get through, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's taken me ages.
Pete says the Elm Street remake opened in a much larger number of theatres than the prior ones did.
Okay.
Well, yeah, probably so. And obviously you got like the pedigree behind it, like all the previous films. So yeah, it probably did do quite well. Cora says, has the 4K remastered Blu-ray of Highlander, so not bothered at the moment. Rogue says, I'm moving house soon, trying to move 500 Blu-rays to a new home.
It's a nightmare.
That does sound like a nightmare.
I've moved house 13 times in 9 years. Moving your stuff is like DVDs and books and that is just a nightmare.
I've only ever moved once, and I was 3 years old at the time. I'm 25 now, so yeah, I haven't had the pleasure yet, but probably soon will, and I'm dreading it. Andy Like Stuff says Fright Night 2 is on YouTube, the film movie. Awesome. Cool. When I watch the first one, I'll watch that one on YouTube, Ed. Still need to see the first one. Rogue Review says, don't forget about Red Hulk, as he's a villain, as he's Hulk, but red. Carl says to Lisa, expect for Assassin's Creed, the one with the Vikings. What is your second favourite Assassin's Creed game?
Oh, God. The one set in, is it Egypt? Hang on. The one before Valhalla, Assassin's Creed, Odyssey.
Yeah. That's a very good one. You pick between, is it Cassandra and somebody else? I can't remember what the other dude's name. But that's a good one. I'm the same. It's either that one or Black Flag for me because I love the pirate theme.
I haven't played that.
Oh, that's so much fun. Gary says, I have a rare uncut version of Jess Franco's film Les Pesetas du Diablo limited edition from Le Chateau Film in France. The latter versions are edited.
You're working hard tonight, Pete.
Yes, I know. I'm so glad my throat's all right tonight. I'm certainly getting a workout for it. Right, Vogue says Nintendo just announced they're due to reveal information about Breath of the Wild sequel in a Zelda-themed direct in 2 weeks' time. Fantastic news. The game is supposed to be coming out early next year. We've been waiting about 5 or 6 years for it, so hopefully it'll be worth the wait. Yeah, very intrigued about it. I know there's supposed to be a direct soon, so I'm very excited. Rogue says the direct will happen on the 20th of the 9th. Can't wait to see what Breath of the Wild sequel will be like, and I can tell you, Rogue, straight away that probably will be a fake because Nintendo normally do directs on a Wednesday. They do, so I can't see that'll be real, but I don't know. But that'd be quite cool. Get me on the Nintendo stuff. I'll be here all night. Edward says, what one movie that you have never seen what one movie that you have seen would you never watch again? Mrs. Brown's Voice, the movie.
Oh no, you sat through that once, that's bad enough. No.
Yeah. Oh.
Mine would be a Serbian film and Cannibal Holocaust. Pete's gone.
Yeah. StreamYard at 4 hours. It always does that. Serbian film, yes, I've heard about, I've read the description on Wikipedia, that's enough.
Yeah, never again.
No. Andy?
I think I did a video about this a couple of months ago, but I'd never watch Pink Flamingos again.
Oh God, yeah, that's bad.
That's why I couldn't stomach that movie. That's the one time I've come close to switching a movie off, because I've never switched a movie off ever. I've always gone back to finish it, even if I was bored. But that movie it made me feel funny, like just made me feel ill.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
Half an hour I watched, that was enough.
It was probably what the director intended, because I think if you were to meet him and tell him that movie made me feel ill, he'd probably get a kick out of it.
Yep.
But yeah, I couldn't sit through that movie again.
Yeah. Oh, I was speaking to one of the staff members in H&B, and they said, "We haven't sold this Pink Flamingos film." I said, "You wonder why?"
There's a reason it comes with a sick bag.
What about you, Mike?
I'll just say Return to Salem's Lot, because it's so goddamn fucking awful.
It's terrible.
That is dreadful. Gary says, my pick for the new Bond is Jack O'Connell, perfect age, 32. He could have a good run of about 5 films, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't think of the guy straight off the back, but yeah, fair enough. Rogue says, we need a second Welsh Bond. By the way, Timothy Dalton as well.
Yeah, he was.
He's my favourite.
Yeah.
Dalton, all right.
Yeah.
He's very good, yeah. Marvel fan says, what's your thoughts on the Assassin's Creed movie from 2016? I don't really know if it was good as the games, but because I used to play the first 3 on Xbox 360 before I was diagnosed with epilepsy. The film ain't very good, I don't think. I think Michael Fassbender is probably the best thing about it, but it doesn't have a lot to do with the games, to be fair.
I was wondering whether I should watch it again, because I saw the movie before I played any of the games, and now that I'm into the games, I thought, well, should I go back? Because my memory's so bad. The only thing I remember is how he jumped off the buildings like they do in the game. So it's shocking, my memory. But if you're saying there's not a lot to do with the games in the movie, I'll maybe not bother.
It's not really worth it. It's a 12 plus, and it really feels like it should have been a 15 or something else. It's just... It was very misguided and didn't really know what to do with the source material. But it's worth a go if you want. I've got the film on Blu-ray. I don't know why, but I picked it up cheap because Assassin's Creed. But it's one film I won't really go back to. Have you seen it, Andy or Mike?
No,
I've not seen it. But I've heard mixed things about the movie. Mostly saying that it's not that good, but I wonder if I'd watch it and having not played any of the games, if I would enjoy the film.
You might like it.
It was okay, and I hadn't played the games at the time. I thought it wasn't awesome, but it was okay.
Rogue says if Bojo was Bond, he would have to occasionally rugby tackle small children throughout.
God, yeah. Have you seen that? Have you seen that footage of him where he's playing football, but he ends up rugby tackling someone?
I know.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah. Oh dear. It'd be the most honest of all the Bonds. He'd never tell a lie. Andy says, haha, I fell asleep watching The Return of the King in cinema. I blamed 5 pints in the pub previously and being with the wrong people watching it. Yeah, probably 5 pints will do that to you, mate.
Yeah.
Andy also says, Tom Holland, that wouldn't be Craig back shelf Bond. It would be Bond in the bin. Marvel fan says, do you think GTA should be made into a movie? Personally, I don't think we do, because I already think of Baby Driver as a GTA movie. GTA movie doesn't need to happen. If they want to turn it into something, it could work as a TV series, but just keep it as a game. Yeah. We'll probably have to wait 20 years for the next GTA, but keep it as a game. Dr. Impossible says, what did you think of the horror film Street Trash? Haven't seen it. What about you guys?
This is a
I
really
thought-
famous one, isn't it?
I thought it was one of those so bad it's good movies, to be honest.
Mm.
It was corny and cheesy, but yeah.
I think I've seen it, and I don't think I liked it because it was pretty bad. But
Yeah.
I've no recollection. I'm terrible. I've no recollection of it. It's one of the ones in the horror community that's like a real cult classic that everyone talks about. But I seem to remember not liking it very much.
And Mike?
Yeah, I had to Google it because I was getting it confused with there's another movie called Savage Streets with Linda Blair, and I thought it was that. And I have seen that, and I do enjoy it, but no, I've not seen Street Trash.
No, I haven't even heard of it. Rogue says, I'd love a movie that was written in Welsh but then directly translated into English without correcting the grammar. A good line for it would be, friend, hello, see you nice.
Yeah, German does that as well. All the words are the like different orders in the sentences. That would
Yeah.
be interesting.
Marvel fan says, let's hope Machine Gun Kelly doesn't appear in the Expendable film, or I really can't stand him. I have no idea what a Machine Gun Kelly is. Is it an appliance for the house?
Actor / performer.
Oh, wow.
He's Megan Fox's, well, I'd say better off.
No,
Oh,
he's a bit of a
wow.
tit.
Yeah.
I'm just like Machine Gun Kelly. Wow.
Yeah.
What a name. Dr. Impossible says, the Turtles, is that a band? Fuck, if I know. Dr. Aditi Trouble says, Pete's Bob, you've got some weed for us. We've got Pro Physical Media saying, Noswaf Dad, good evening. Good evening, mate. Hope you're doing well. Dr. Impossible, DVD from Phone Block says to Rogue Review says DVD from Phone Block, I'll get there. Don't know why I could imagine Pete's mum having the voice of Alex's mum in Clockwork Orange. This goes straight over my head because I haven't seen it. And his dad is Philip Stone. Oh no, my dad's just like Homer Simpson. He just keeps eating and eating and eating, and then eats more. I'm surprised he hasn't got up for his midnight packet of crisps yet.
Is that who was eating all the crisps?
Yeah.
Yep.
Dr. Impossible says, fancy some milk, Pete? I haven't had milk for a long while. I used to love milk as a kid. Rogue Review says, there hasn't been a Doctor Who special trailer yet. The trailer is for the next Doctor Who, the collection box set, which is season 2 in its first 60s box set. Yes, I see that with William Hartnell. It looks lovely. Looks expensive. I'll probably just keep with the DVDs because I've heard the transfers, not that big a difference. But it's worth it for the special features, I suppose. Rogue says, the rarest film I own is an Arrow. It's the Arrow release of Cronenberg's Rabid, which is out of print. Great film. Yes. With a porn star as the main actress, isn't it? Yeah. Am I right? Yep. Yeah. That's the only thing I know about the film. DVD from Film Book says, I might as well just get the DVD of Zardos. Yeah.
I wouldn't even bother getting the DVD.
Cora says, how dare you insult Zardos? Yes, I will not insult Zardos. I'll have the picture of Sean Connery as my phone screensaver, so every time I turn on, I remember how great a film it is.
It's the same director of Exorcist 2, so that's all you need to know.
Oh, wow. Zardos is a fascinating film if you get over the oversized nappies. Okay. It sounds like an interesting watch. Marvel fan says, does anybody watch Doctor Who still? Because I gave up the fact too many. There was many regenerations, boring storylines, and annoying villains keep coming back like Loki does to Thor. No, I just gave up with Doctor Who because the rating was shit. Russell T Davies coming back. Hopefully it could be decent. I'm unsure yet, but it'd be nice to see Doctor Who go back to being good, but I don't think it will go back to its glory days of back when David Tennant was the Doctor. Dr. Impossible says, Coral on coke tonight? A fine liquid indeed. Coral says, exactly. Any love I had for Andy and Mike has completely destroyed, and so my mother would have been preferable.
Must be a massive Zardos fan.
Do you have a poster of Sean Connery in that nappy in the house? Oh dear. Coral says, not on any drugs tonight, I swear. No, that's good. That's good. Dr. Impossible says, I thought you were on speed tonight, Coral, with all the quick fire messages. Coral says, only seen Zardos once and had to drag myself through it, but that's not the point. Okay, so you're not the fan, but you are a fan. Okay. Marvel fan says, I know this is never going to happen, but what if they cast Danny DeVito as the 15th or 16th Doctor? Well, it'd be the best darn series of Doctor Who ever.
I'd watch that.
Yeah, get the script writer from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and we've got a winning combination there.
I want Danny DeVito to be Wolverine in the MCU. I think it'd be great.
Oh, I can imagine it now. Oh, fantastic. Gary says, do yourself a favour, Pete, and skip She-Hulk, right? Yeah, definitely will do. I haven't heard the greatest of things. I've seen the trailer and wasn't won over, so yeah, not bothered. I'm more excited for this Andor series coming on Disney Plus, but as it's a Disney Plus TV series, I'm a bit weary, but here we go. DVD from Film Bloke says, I got a copy of Pearl Harbor on VHS found in my granddad's garage, and that had a Woolworths receipt in it. I'm keeping the receipt, but not keeping the tape since I've heard it's crap. Yeah, it's not a great film, Pearl Harbor.
Too long.
Yeah. Recently got the Blu-ray of it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching that. I was like, it's in a box set, and it comes with Pearl Harbor, though, so oh, fair enough. We just won't talk about that film. Rogue Review says, we still need a Welsh Doctor on Doctor Who. Yeah. Welsh Doctor would be cool. DVD from Film Bloke says, I've got a lot of Billy Connolly tapes in that part as well, which I'm keeping and will watch. Actually, Billy Connolly would have been an awesome Doctor.
Oh, yes.
Road Review says, my local Woolworths is now Poundland. Snap. Mine is as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mine's a Tesco Express.
Oh, you got one better than us then.
Yeah, it got split in half, so half of it's a Tesco Express and half of it's, I think, a Costa.
Right.
Oh, wow. That is awesome. I'm quite jealous now with the Costa.
But I still wish it was a Woolworths.
Yeah.
I think another local Woolworths of mine is Wilco, and another one is a closed branch of TK Maxx. So, yeah, not the greatest. I do miss Woolworths every day. I think everybody does. It was a one-off for the high street.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I want a Fraggle Rock movie. Forget about all the other Screams. Actually, I would trade in all them films for a Fraggle Rock film, I think. Marvel fan says, what about an Irish Doctor for Doctor Who? Yeah, that'd be cool. Cora says, is AC Odyssey on the Switch? Unfortunately not. It is, if you live in Japan, you can get a cloud version of it. But yeah, unfortunately it doesn't come out physical or digital over here. Rogue says, no, the first 3 Assassin's Creed games on Steam Switch. The 3 Ezio games are available in the Ezio collection. The Black Flag's available with Freedom Cry, and also Assassin's Creed 3 with the Rebel 1 box set. I can't remember what it's called, but them ones are available on Switch. Get me talking about Switch, I'll be here all night. Cora says, thanks, we'll get those. Ready Play Movies is here saying, hey everyone. Hey mate, thanks for joining. Rogue says there is a set with all 3 games in one pack, by the way. Yeah, it's Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, and Revelations, and you get 4 and 3 on their own as well, but I think they're code in the box now. Pete says, didn't think a Serbian film was that horrible of a watch, and also a better film than I expected. I'm looking to get it again, as I sold it thinking I wouldn't want to watch it again. Okay.
A well-made movie. That's the thing. It's like, if you take, well, you can't really take the subject matter. If you take some of the bits out of it, it's well made. It's a good enough movie, but I think my issue wasn't just how far, everyone's got their own like comfort zone, and it was like way over mine, but it was like the stupid things they tried to, it's a political allegory for the political situation in Serbia. It's like, no, it's not. You just wanted to make a movie and get loads of controversy, but so that I found a bit.
Yeah. Marvel fan says, I keep always thinking the TARDIS looks like a flying porta potty.
It does.
It kind of does. Yeah. Peter says, I need to get Return to Salem slot.
You don't.
You really don't. No. Carl says, are you getting the 4K of ASF? I'm confused. What's ASF now? I'm confused. But moving on. Rogue says, the only people I've seen buy Pink Flamingos are Criterion completionists. And they're probably stayed sealed, I'd imagine.
John really likes that one from Mondo Chelovic movies.
Yes,
I'm sure
I think he does,
yeah.
Carl says to Rogue Reviews, having a look, and there's a few AC games on Switch apparently. Thanks for the heads up. Timothy Dalton is Erasleon from Doctor Who. Yeah, he was in Doctor Who in the End of Time double one as one of like the High Lord Time Lords. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Probably one of David Tennant's best episodes, and it just made it better with Timothy Dalton being in it. Yeah.
And then the final line, I don't want to go, and the whole nation's like, we don't want you to go either.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure I cried at that episode. I think the whole nation did. DVD from Funbloat says Easy Rider and Rain Man, but if I was sadistic enough, I might watch it again. If I wasn't autistic, I would probably enjoy it more. Dr. Impossible says, good luck with Return to Salem slot. I chucked my old US disc in the bin. That sounds like the best place for it. Pete says, Carl Lol, probably later if it's on sale, but since it's not going to be released on Vinegar Syndrome, but on some other label, I'm not sure I will get it to get it cheap. Pete also continues to say, hopefully this new 4K release of it will bring down the second-hand prices of other releases of ASF. Cora says, I thought the 4K release will be a partner release with Vinegar Syndrome. Yeah, says Peter. Rogue Review says, GTA 6 is the biggest meme ever. It's the biggest myth ever. Every day we get a new bit of info that's GTA 6 is going to be this, GTA 6 is going to be that, and you know what? We're getting a new release of GTA 5 instead. DVD from Bloke says, half the fun of GTA is the sandbox element, ignoring the story and being a complete maniac. The stories of a lot of GTAs are pretty much Scarface clones. Yeah. I didn't mind the GTA story in GTA 5. I thought it was pretty good. The 3 different characters worked well together. But just going on the open road in the car, really enjoyable. That's the best thing about GTA.
Yeah.
But I'm not very good at the online, so I don't bother going on it because I always get shot by some tosser online, so I'd always leave it. Peter says Machine Gun Kelly is a rapper. He also played Tommy Lee on the Dirt TV series. I'm still very confused. I've never heard of the Dirt TV series either. But Cora says, I would like a 4K release of Begotten. Okay. Dr. Impossible said, I'd rather watch it It's Alive than Return to Salem. Yeah. Cora agrees. Or Q the Winged Serpent. Never heard of that.
I heard of it, but not seen it.
Rogue says the fact that BBC is pushing classic Who more than new Who tells us everything. Yeah. Remember when Doctor Who was good? Here, remember this. Please buy this. Cora says my love for Andy and Mike has returned, also for the Doctor.
Thanks, Cora.
Andy says Danny DeVito. I'd like the twin of King Conan. Yeah. Keith says, is it just me or is Pete really up for the stream tonight? It's amazing what 1 week off can do. He seems full of energy. Fantastic stream tonight and amazing guest. Oh, thanks ever so much, Keith. That really does mean a lot.
Nice.
Missed doing these streams and was looking forward to it. So, yeah, that's great to be back. Right. Carl says, to be fair, one of my biggest wishes is to get a big hug from Andy. Oh.
Thanks.
We've got Alan Scouser here saying great stream, guys. Will any of you be getting the Scream Factory Halloween 6 to 8 Child's Plays 1 to 4, 1 to 3 4K releases? Tempting, but a trifle expensive, methinks. I won't be getting them. What about you, Andy?
I'm definitely going to skip on 6 to 8 for Halloween because I'm sorry to say those movies are trash. I just don't like them. And Child's Play 1 to 3, I really want them. They look really nice. But it's funny you should mention that because I've watched Child's Play really recently and it still holds up, that movie. I love the first one. But 2 and 3 are a bit meh with me, but the 4K releases of them just look so stunning. But he is right about them being expensive.
I can imagine. Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, I don't really have any interest in the Child's Play ones. I like the movies, but I'm not the biggest fan of them. Halloween 6 to 8, yeah, like Andy says, they're just really bad movies. So it's hard to justify paying so much for it. I might get some of the others because I recently got Halloween 2 Scream Factory. Bit random how I just got 2, but just wanted to give it a try. So I may get some of the other ones, but 6 to 8, I don't know.
Yeah. What about you, Lisa? Which of these films would you get if you could have a 4K player?
I'm not a massive fan of any. The only one I would say I even like out of those is the first Child's Play, the original one. Not keen on the next two, and after the first Halloween film, I just think it started to go gradually downhill. So I'm not a fan of those either.
Yeah. I think the first Child's Play is probably the best film out there. I really do like that one. But so if I ever got one, it'd probably be that. But again, very expensive, but nice sets. Dr. Impossible says, Andy, after all the big L, I bet he takes a rug to work. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I'm so confused. Peter says, or maybe an Irish Doctor Who. How about Bono's Doctor Who?
No. No.
Oh dear. Probably Boris Johnson as Doctor Who. No. Andy Like Stuff says Woolworths and Scarborough is Poundland and H&V is JD Sports.
Yeah, it looks like loads of them are Poundlands, aren't there? That's mine, yours, and 2 other people's.
I think it's because they were both like big. Woolworths were like big stores, and most of the Poundlands are huge now.
Yeah.
Rogue says all mine are now either Poundlands or B&M Bargains. That's another one. Or the one in Swansea is closed Poundland. And Cardiff Central BHS is now a Primark. That is what our BHS used to be. Is now a Primark. Rogue Review says my local H&V was divided into snow and rock and the works. I think the H&V in Norwich, I think that turned into an Ann Summers. Then it moved across the road of all things. And the one in Peterborough, I think it's just a shoe shop now. And the other one's a Nando's. Andy Lake Stuff says, last question before I will go. Will you watch a film when this stream ends, and what will it be? I'll probably go to bed.
I'll be going straight to bed.
Yeah.
I'll probably finish watching Event Horizon.
Oh, very good.
I normally would because I'm an insomniac, but tomorrow I have to be up at like stupid o'clock to take my son to school because it's like pretty far away. So for once, I'll not be watching a movie in bed. Might watch a bit of Ghost Adventures.
Oh, sounds good. Right, let's sort out these comments. We're nearly done now, so that's pretty cool. We've got Rogue Review saying, but Pete Davidson's final serial, The Caves of Androzani is the best regeneration show in the show's history. Yeah, that's a pretty good regenerations, if I remember. I don't think Colin Baker even got one.
No, they didn't film it with him. They just put a wig on Sylvester McCoy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he had a falling out with the BBC, but the Peter Davidson one's really good. Yeah.
I quite like the regeneration in the Doctor Who movie with Sylvester McCoy into Paul McGann. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Ready Player Movie says, I've just finished watching Split Second for the first time. Thought it was a pretty decent. If you've seen it, what are your thoughts? I can't remember that one. I'm just thinking of the game Split Second. Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's really good. Rutger Hauer movie. Yeah. It's kind of like a sci-fi revenge movie.
That's the one that's on 101, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a pretty cool movie. I quite like it. I think it's set in London.
Oh.
Yeah, I enjoy that film.
Oh, sounds good to me. Definitely have to keep an eye out for that one. Have you seen it, Lisa?
No, I haven't. Hadn't heard of that one, but I will check it out. I do like Rutger Hauer.
You've seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it, to be honest. I was kind of hoping for a bit more, but I might just need to give it a rewatch. But Rutger Hauer is definitely the best thing about it. He's quite funny in it, like kind of really sarky in it, really sarcastic. He's quite funny.
Awesome. I have to keep an eye out for it. Coral says, saw it pretty recently myself, enjoyed it very much. From now on, watch it. It'll always be after Blade Runner. Ready Player Movie says it does have Blade Runner vibes. Yeah, the front cover does of the 101 release. Peter says the dirt was that book Motley Crue put out about themselves. I think the TV show based on was either the same. Either way, Machine Gun Kelly portrayed the drummer Tommy Lee on it. Right.
The series didn't have half of the stuff that was in the book. The series was really tame compared to the book.
Oh.
Right. Peter says, I love Child's Play 1 and 2. The second one's pretty good, but the first one, I just like how it's a detective sort of thing. You don't really know what's going on. It's such a really cool film. Carl says, Andy reminds me of an old colleague who always wanted to hug everyone. He was beyond creepy. Andy is not creepy. Well, maybe he is, but I'm never there when he's creepy. Lisa, is Andy creepy?
No, Andy's most definitely not creepy.
Thanks, Lisa.
No, Andy is not creepy.
Thanks.
Alan Scouser says, I totally agree that the first Child's Play was the best one. DVD from Funbook says to Alan Scouser, I agree. A lot of the horror fans love 2, but I think it was very contrived.
I think the problem with 2 is I missed the cast of the first movie because pretty much most of them pretty much all survive. But they just, I think it's only the kid who plays Andy is in the second one, and they completely changed the setting. I will admit though, the toy factory bit in 2 is great. Like that whole end sequence is a lot of fun, but I think it's just missing the cast from the first one.
Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah.
Isn't Chris Sarandon like very briefly in 2? Like at the beginning? I feel like he was.
I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
I know he's not in the whole movie, but I feel like he was maybe in one scene or something, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember if he's in it.
Andy saying Event Horizon, he's laughing. Alan says the third Child's Play where he was in the army was awful.
It was pretty poor.
Yeah,
it's got some. It's not great, but there's some funny moments in that. I think the killer from Dirty Harry plays like this barber in it, and he's just
Yeah.
he's just nuts. Yeah.
Road Review says Poundland bought the lease for 250 Woolworths stores during the dirt cheap during the administration. That explains it. Dr. Impossible says Child's Play 2 was pretty decent, but the controversy over the 3 in the UK with the Jamie Bulger murder. Yeah.
Well, they banned the first movie.
They did, I remember.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing something about that.
Yeah.
Bible fan says, I know this isn't important, but Machine Gun Kelly has a thing for blood. I heard that both him and Megan gonna drink each other blood. He also gonna give Megan a ring made of thorns.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Lovely.
Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob. Not Billy Bob. What was the one before him? I've forgotten his name. They did that with the vials of blood around each other's neck. Forgotten his name, her first husband. It's gone.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I can't think of it. I'm learning a lot tonight. DVD from Film Bloke says, I think regeneration from Patrick Troughton to John Pertwee is the best. So haunting. Plus, we never see who he turned into.
Yeah, that's the one where he's forced to regenerate, isn't it? By like the Time
Yes,
Lord.
by the Time Lords in the War Games, I think the episode is.
To like force him. And then I think they say you can choose what you want to look like, and then he doesn't choose or something like that. And then John Pertwee just like falls out the TARDIS, like in the next scene.
Yeah. Oh. Peter is a big fan of Child's Play 2. DVD from Filmbook says, actually, The War Games is one of the best serials of the show. It's 10 episodes long, and yet I could watch it all in one go. Yeah, I've heard it's like one of the longest ones. I haven't seen it myself. One of my favourite ones has to be Inferno from John Pertwee's era. I thought that was fantastic. That's quite a lengthy one. I think that's about 7 or 8 episodes long.
Yeah.
Rogue says, it's good until they flush the regeneration impact down the toilet. In Colin Baker's first serial, The Twin Dilemma, it's also shit. Rogue Review says The War Games is amazing. Also to do with like the regeneration stuff, the whole Chris Chibnall stuff has kind of ruined the regeneration arc as well. But that's another kettle of fish. Dr. Impossible says the Aztecs was brilliant as a Doctor Who story, but Flatline from Capaldi era was stunning. I think I can remember that one. Yeah, that was pretty good. Rogue Review says, I can't imagine the reaction after William Hartnell regeneration was in the 60s as it never happened before. Yeah, it's quite revolutionary, I suppose, because the show was still in its prime and they didn't want to end it, so they just said, we'll get a different actor.
Yeah.
And call it regeneration. It was clever, and it's still hold up. Carl says, I'm really confused as why Andy's so creepy. Andy isn't creepy. We've got Peter here saying to Alan Scouser he agrees Child's Play 3 isn't very good, but Child's Play 2 is very entertaining, well made, and lots of cool scenes. Yeah, the ending's cool in the toy factory. Rogue Review says Sully is an old man now, a crazy middle-aged man after 1 episode. Okay. Ready Player One says Chris Sarandon was in the entirety of the first Child's Play. Yeah. Right. Peter says, I love Rutger Hauer, but I really didn't like Split Second very much. Saw it years ago, like a year ago, just not very good. Fair enough. Alan says, have any of you seen the new horror movie Men? I've heard mixed things about it. So have I. I don't know what to think. It's got Jessie Buckley in. I think she's a great actress. It's got Rory Bremner. A lot of Rory Bremner in it, and I'm unsure. Have any of you guys seen it?
No.
Yeah.
Not seen it yet.
It's one of those that people either are loving or hating. There's like quite a bit of body horror in it that's a bit full on and a bit weird. And the rest of it's very slow paced, like a drama. It was okay. I didn't love it, but I wouldn't say I hated it. It's just okay.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people said like the first half an hour, 45 minutes are pretty good, and then it gets very strange,
Weird.
shall we
Yeah,
say.
it does. Yeah.
Rogue Review says the longest Doctor Who serial is the Daleks' Master Plan. It's 12 episodes long and 9 episodes are missing.
Oh,
Wow.
hear
Yeah, because
that.
most
I
of the
love
stuff
so much.
between the William Hartnell era and Patrick Troughton era is all lost because they used to chuck them away, didn't they, I think?
Was there a fire at the BBC once and they lost a ton of stuff years ago? They lost back catalogue of so much stuff. It's a shame.
No, that's why physical media is best, because you always have backups.
Yeah.
There we go. DVD Funbox said the same. It's only 12 episodes, but only 3 episodes survive. All 10 parts of the war game still survive yet. But I should imagine the Daleks' Master Plan, they will bring that back because they animate some of them now to try and restore them, which is pretty cool. Rogue says some say Trial of the Time Lord at 14 episodes, but some say it's actually 4 serials at 3-4 parts and a 2-parter. I can see that because when you buy the blue DVD of it, it is actually split up into several episodes. Matthew says, my favourite Doctor Who is the story The Seeds of Doom from 75, Tom Baker, classic. Pretty cool. I always like the one called City of Death with Tom Baker. Dr. Impossible says, Revelations of the Daleks, great too. Yeah, I've heard that's a really good one. Ready Fire Movie says, I really loved Chris Eccleston's Doctor. I was really surprised he didn't want to return to it. Yeah, there was a lot of drama behind the scenes there. I think just didn't get on, did they? Rogue Review says, the Daleks' Master Plan had a really controversial scene where a companion ages to death, but the entire scene is missing. Wow, that's actually really quite dark for an old episode of Doctor Who. We've got Carl here saying, I enjoyed the stream very much tonight. Take care, everyone. Andy, try not to be so creepy next stream. Thanks and bye. Thanks, Carl, for watching. Take care,
Bye,
mate.
Carl.
Peter says, I hope that Arrow's Shocktober sale in October will be better than this summer sale, but I don't think it will be. I don't think it will be either, Peter. I think the titles will go from $8.99 to $9.99.
Yeah.
DVD from Funbox says Genesis of the Daleks, of course. Yes, fantastic episode. Alan says, what's your favourite haunted house movie?
That's hard.
The Haunted Mansion with Eddie Murphy.
Oh, quite like the others with Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, I was going to say that, the others. I dig that movie. Yeah.
I can't think of really any others. Obviously, The Haunting I didn't mind with Liam Neeson. That was pretty good. Even though a lot of people didn't like it, but I don't think I've watched many haunted house films.
It's not a movie, but The Haunting of Hill House I loved. I thought it was really effective. Wasn't so keen on the second, The Haunting of Bly Manor, but the first one I thought was brilliant. Really scary.
Oh, cool.
There's one from my childhood I really like, Casper. I just have a fun time with that.
Yeah.
It's a fun movie.
That was a brilliant pick, yeah. Oh, great film. You got any, Mike?
Probably Poltergeist.
Oh God, how can I forget Poltergeist?
Yeah.
I haven't seen Poltergeist before.
Whoa! You need to watch it. It's amazing.
I do have it on Blu-ray. I picked it up real cheap last year, so I will have to give it a watch soon. Probably near Halloween. I'll give it a go. Rogue Review says they have stopped the animations due to BBC America cutting funding. The Abominable Snowman will be the last animation. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Sucks.
I'm not the biggest fan of the animation, but they've certainly improved over the years.
Yeah, because you can tell the animation's kind of like bare bones story art telling animation, but it's just it's not meant to like be the main focus. The animation is just there to fill in the gaps.
Yeah. It's a shame they're doing that. Andy likes stuff. Hopefully, we should pop up in a minute. And he does say McCoy is totally underrated for him. Yeah, McCoy's really good. Yeah, I like him. Marvel fan says that happened to Quentin Tarantino film, I think. 70, 90 minutes, only 32 minutes of the footage survived. Dr. Impossible said, haunted house movie for me, The Innocents by Jack Clayton. Cool.
I've ordered that. Because it was on, I think it was on like Watch Mojo's top 20 greatest horror movies of all time.
Oh,
So I had to pick it up. Yeah, so
It's pretty good.
When it comes. Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Have you seen it, Lisa?
Well, sorry, what one was that?
The Innocents.
I don't think so. It's not ringing a bell, but that means nothing because I forget everything. I don't think so. It doesn't ring a bell to me.
No. Ready Play Movie saying I'm heading off as well, guys. Got a weigh-in and a date with the cinema tomorrow. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for joining, mate. Hope you enjoy the cinema tomorrow. Take care.
Fun.
Alan says The Others. Well, it'll pop up in a minute. Alan says The Others is brilliant.
Yeah.
DVD Film Bloke says the original Haunting, or The Others, I guess, Shining, but it's a haunted hotel.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He says, I saw The Others on VHS a few months back and thought it was great. I had no idea what to expect. Alan says, as in the original movie of The Haunting, starring Richard Johnson. Poltergeist, of course, which is one I'm going to have to watch. Marvel fan says, are you guys getting Ghostwatch on Blu-ray? It was controversial at the time when it aired due to people thinking it was real. I'm definitely thinking about getting it. Yeah. It looks good.
I've pre-ordered this one.
I'd be even tempted by that, yeah.
It looks like a really nice set, and the movie's creepy as fuck, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, we're going to end things off very soon because I know Lisa's got to get up early, Andy and Mike's got to get up early, and I need to get to bed myself. So I'll quickly get through these myself. So Dr. Impossible says, The Haunting on Hell House is a decent Fox film from the early 70s. Okay. DVD for Film Bloke says, it's always nice when you manage to avoid spoilers because I was very surprised by the ending of The Others. I don't know what happens with that film, so David me as well because I haven't seen it. Alan says The Innocent stars Deborah Kerr based on the novel The Ten Screw. Great film.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Edward says, do you think there'll be another re-release of No Way Home on Blu-ray with the extra 15 minutes of footage? Yeah, I think there'll be another release. Do you guys think there will be?
Yeah.
They're going to milk it.
Yeah.
Rogue Review says, I've got another great 3.5 hour drive back to South Wales tomorrow. Oh, that sounds like a long trek. Marvel fan says, good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fan. Rogue Review says, under the estimate the size of Wales until I drive from south to north. Okay. DVD from Film Bloke says, picture quality wise, Ghostwatch will look no better than the DVD since it was shot on videotape. Yeah, that's what I kind of did wonder as it was on TV, but it is a nice little set. And Pete says, Legend of Hell House, you mean? DVD from Film Bloke says, good night. Isn't that what's called? And Dr. Impossible says, yes. Right, that's all the comments done. And one more. Rogue Review says it's a beautiful trip to the mountains of Wales. Anyway, yeah, I should imagine it's absolutely wonderful in Wales. And yeah, enjoy your trip, mate, and safe travels.
Yeah.
Rogue Review says goodbye. So anyway, we've been doing the stream for 4.5 hours now, so we're going to end it off here. I'd like to thank Andy from ElectricGeek for joining. Great guy, great channel. Go and give him a sub. And I'd like to thank Lisa, as always, for joining. It's been great to get you back on the stream, and thanks for staying so long.
Thanks.
I know you've got a busy day tomorrow.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and if you haven't subscribed to Lisa's channel, link is in the description down below. And don't forget to subscribe to Andy and Mike as always. And their links in the description down below. A few more comments here saying, cheers, film nerds. We've got Rogue Reviews probably saying bye in Welsh. DVD Film Bloke saying, hopefully the extras, DVD's only got a play button on the menu, and I'm not making that up. And we're going to finish this on the Buddha pose. So, yeah. Thanks as always, everybody, for watching. We'll see you all again next week at 7:30. Take care and see you all later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.